if we've been looking at the data that has been coming out on climate change in the recent period, and many of you would know better than me. The slide after that, please, the next slide. Yeah, just put there. I sent you 2 slides. No, I don't want the whole article. I sent you 2 pictures. Put the second picture. It will come up, but what? That's not the one. You're still on the first one. No. Anyway, the picture that I wanted to put up will indicate to you that global warming is already happening. And currently, the global warming is at about 1.5 degrees Celsius. You would recall that the target has been that by 2050, we should not exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. We are in 2024, going into 2025, and all of the science shows that during 2025 already we will be at 1.5 degrees Celsius. And this only means one thing, that we will reach the 2 degrees Celsius at some point in time. Hopefully not during your tenure, Minister, because you may get blamed for it. But we will reach that. And so we have to think about, we are the South African Climate Change Commission. And we have to think about what does it mean for us as South Africa? And where should we be putting our own energies, our resources, our bandwidth, our nervous energy, everything else? Where should it be directed at, taking into account that global warming is going to happen? And everything else, the droughts, the floods, the emptying of the Vaal Dam as is happening now, and various other sorts of things, that is going to happen. And we need to be careful that we don't spend our good quality bandwidth only on mitigation as South Africa. And the reason for that is because the mitigation question, which is a global question, is not really in our hands. It's okay, you can leave that there, don't worry, don't worry. I'll manage without it. I should never try to use slides. So the mitigation is not in our hands. And the reason for that is because South Africa accounts for a minuscule proportion of the global mitigation. So whatever we do, if we do nothing, we just continue with business as usual, it will make little difference. And if we shut down all our coal-fired power stations, it will still make little difference, because that's small in the global count as far as emissions are concerned. So in other words, it's not in our hands as South Africa to impact on the trajectory of global warming. All we can do is use our muscle, punch above our weight in international forums like our minister does. He goes there and acts like we're a big, powerful country, tries to tell rich countries what to do. We can continue doing that. But on our own, there's not much we can do to stop the thing. But the big thing is that with global warming, it is going to lead to the stuff that we've already seen. In Gauteng, you're sitting with one hell of a drought right now. The Vaal Dam is only 28% full. And I'm told that it's emptying at 1.5 to 2% a week. I don't know if that's true, whatever it is, but there seems to be some sort of a problem there. We are not paying enough attention to adaptation. And we will have to do this because there will be change in weather patterns. There will be water issues. There will be drought issues. There will be floods. There will be all of those sorts of things. And adaptation has always been a more difficult thing to deal with. And the reason for that is that it doesn't lend itself to pictures. the newspapers don't know how to focus work how to take photographs of work that's going on adaptation. But global warming and mitigation and the stuff coming out of the ESCOM stacks, that you can take pictures of all of those sorts of things. And this is my big concern. And I just thought as a parting shot, I would say that my view is that as a commission, we need to, in the coming years, be spending much more of our effort and our bandwidth on adaptation. If we spend less of our time on adaptation and much more, I'm not saying it's a zero-sum game, of course, but the mitigation is not going to make, whatever we do on mitigation is not going to make that much of a difference. We do it because we are a responsible country, and we believe that we have an important role to play in bringing down global emissions. And we continue to do that. We have our NDCs. We try very hard to stick by them, and we must continue to do so. And we must not change our trajectory as far as that is concerned. But that's the point I wanted to make in this regard. The second related point is that you will see from the judgment of the court yesterday or day before yesterday on the matter of a coal-fired power station. It's a very, very far-reaching judgment. It is, I was actually taken aback, to tell you the truth. I don't think there's jurisprudence like that anywhere in the world. So this is groundbreaking stuff. I don't know, it may be overturned, it may not be overturned. I don't want to speak about the judgment itself and its merits or demerits, but one of the things that is becoming clear is that we are not entering a period of new coal-fired power stations. We are in a longish period of exiting coal-fired power stations. And we are in the tail end of the South African coal economy. And that tail end may take 10 years, may take 30 years, may take 40 years, however long. But we're in a tail, and we, as a country, it is highly unlikely that we are going to be building new coal-fired power stations. It's highly unlikely. Don't put your money on that. It's probably not going to happen. We are one of the few countries in the world that can actually say that. And so we need to keep things, in a sense, in perspective. To put all our energy, and it's not a zero-sum game, but we have limited energy and resources. To put all our resources on fighting coal is misplaced. Sometimes you must know when you're winning a fight. We've won that fight as South Africa. It's done, more or less, actually. And so it's just the tightening up of the screws and the maintenance of that work that has to go on. Our effort should be on adaptation. We have not done enough about adaptation. We are running away from that problem. It is going to happen. You spoke about Komati. I mean, that was a good example of adaptation. The socioeconomic impacts, it was far more complicated than anybody was saying at the end of the day. So that's the message that I'd really like to leave you with. The biggest, if we could see that slide, I'll just tell you in a moment what it was going to say. I'm taking advantage of talking too much because, I'm going. So South Africa, as we know, is a big per capita emitter. But which other countries that are bigger per capita emitters than South Africa? Germany. Germany, which is meant to be like the poster boy of on climate change and energy transition. They have a higher per capita emissions than South Africa. If you look at Canada, Canada has about double the per capita emissions as South Africa. The United States also has about double the per capita emissions. Now, if per capita, the United States has double that we have, and they've got 5 times our population, their actual emissions is massive compared to South African emissions, because we have a smallish population compared to all of those countries as such. Of course, Australia is much bigger than us too. But the other thing about South Africa is that we are not issuing new or any oil and gas exploration licenses. Forget about what official policy is, what the Department of Minerals and Energy says or anything. We're actually not doing it. That's just the de facto reality. The United States is issuing new coal and gas exploration licenses daily. This is not an exaggeration. Daily. There is hardly a day that passes without new licenses being issued. Canada is doing the same. Australia is doing the same. Norway is doing the same. UK is doing the same. The United States was doing that under President Biden, who some people thought was the good guy. So you can imagine what is going to happen now. So I'm only saying this for us to keep in perspective. Sometimes we lash ourselves too much. Actually, as South Africa, we are out there on the forefront doing the right thing, and we must continue to do the right thing. We don't need to be lashing ourselves too much. I have said before, often it annoys me that the countries who have who don't care damn hell about their emissions fund people in our country to fight our emissions. It's a kind of like a kind of greenwashing their own conscience, in a sense that we are stopping emissions in Africa. But I mean, you know, as you know, Africa has got almost no emissions, apart if you don't take South Africa into account. So I just like to say, Crispian, that I think adaptation, we got to discipline ourselves as the Commission, and I think that will impact on everybody else also. You know, ESCOM is an important player in that. The government is a very most important player. Local governments are critical as far as that is concerned, but we need to raise that kind of bar. And then there's this question about financing. We've seen again from COP29, and I'm sure the minister will report, but from the little that we know, the rich countries are not going to fund our work. It's not going to happen. And so we can't pin everything on getting funding from the culprits. We say, you've got to pay up now, you've been the culprits, they're not going to do it. And there's not much we can do about it because, you know, if you're a small boy in high school, you can't hit the biggest guy in the class, you know, it just doesn't work like that. So we can't do anything about it. They're not going to pay for it. But at the same time, we're not the poorest country in the world. And we should put pressure on ourselves to marshal our own resources for adaptation. South Africa is about a 7 trillion rand economy. It's not a small economy. Joanne, you have the numbers better than me. Tell me if I'm wrong. But our budget is about 2.4 trillion rands. The state spends about 2.4 trillion rands every year. So we've got a sizable budget. Of course, there's a lot of competition for all those rands, but it's not as if we cannot afford adaptation work, you know, the work that will ensure that local governments have proper planning so that they don't do developments in floodplains or what could become floodplains, that property developments above a certain value must have water storage or this or that or whatever it is. You know, I'm just mentioning a few, but we've got the wherewithal to do it ourselves, and we shouldn't wait for somebody else to fund us. They're not going to do it. It's just not going to happen at all. And so with that, Are we going to take the minister first, or are we going to take your report first? I don't know. You want to speak first? Why don't the minister give a report first?
If you
More elegant like that.
no,
No.
I mean,
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much. I didn't actually make a report. I'm doing a presentation, but I thought at 9:40, I'd maybe make a couple of observations. Yes, indeed, I was at COP29 and I was at pre-COP, and it was very scratchy, as everybody saw on the news. I do, yeah. This my presentation is coming later. Yeah. Okay, so as the chair says, South Africa is a relatively small emitter, but we are an emitter nonetheless. And I think every little bit does help because the world is heating up. And as the chair also said, is that we are a sensible participant in this global existential crisis, because it is one. We see the impact. So what we do need to do is obviously we need to continue with our just energy transition as fast as we can within the means we have, etc., and not leave anybody else behind or anybody behind. And we need to speed up on adaptation. It is so that we're going to have to do a lot more on that, and it costs a lot of money. So it's a very difficult situation. We know this. But also, as mentioned by the chair, is that South Africa does, in fact, punch way above its financial weight. That was very evident in COP. And quite frankly, if South Africa was not the sensible voice that it is, we may very well not have actually had an agreement. And that is actually something to consider. Very important something to consider. So we do occupy that particular influential place because we cross over various lines because we are non-aligned. And that is enormously important for us. So I'm not going to say any more about it, but I don't think that we should take the view that there's not much we can do in a particular place, like mitigation, for example. There's a lot we can do. There's also, if we recall what happened in Africa, if you look at telecommunications, is that Africa leapfrogged over. So it never had the transmission lines, it never had various things, never had infrastructure. But when the digital revolution came, well, Africa was ready and didn't have to actually worry about putting the telephone lines in because they didn't need them anymore. So in a way, we have advantages in that as the new world emerges, and it is very quickly, we may very well, as South Africa and Africa, be able to leapfrog over things that other people can't do. Also, we're very green. I'll talk a bit about Saudi Arabia a bit later, but we are a very green country. We need to green more. We're getting drier. So we need to look at those type of things. So I think we're very clear on what the problem is. But of course, we always battle with implementing the solution. We are not great implementers. And I think that's where the focus needs to be on the Climate Commission. Also, just in my parting, my last point is that I understand that only 5% of the population knows what climate change is, although they experience it. They see it every day, but maybe it's not well articulated like, well, okay, this has got a name. If you can name it, you can manage it. So I think we should spend a lot of time as a commission educating people to say, well, this is a thing. Obviously, you know there's a thing, but this is what it is and where it's coming from. I think that's a very important thing that we should be doing, sensitizing people more about why is it that my tires are bursting in Tamazimbi because it's so hot, etc. So that's all I'll say now, but I do have a presentation. Thank you.
good. Thank you, Deputy Chair, and thank you, Minister, for those remarks. So I'm going to proceed on to the Executive Director's report. There is a presentation which has been circulated, so I'm going to go quite quickly through it, if you don't mind. We're just waiting for it to load. Unless we've got the same...
You're much more professional than I am.
We're just not seeing it on the main screen. Oh, it's taking a while to load. So I've got, these are the contents. It's basically just maps out what I want to talk about. So the transition, which I think is on everyone's mind. I want to give you a quick summary of recent activities and particularly the reports we've put out. I want to update you on discussions about a social compact around the just transition. Share with you stakeholder engagements, communications, some upcoming work in the pipeline, some of the budget and financial issues, which I know commissioners are concerned about. Talk about the new entity and the process around that, and some closing words on planning for the new year. So, you know, I guess the big thing for this meeting is that it's a time of transition. The deputy chair is standing down. This is his last meeting. And we will be doing a little event later on the agenda to formally say farewell to him. And I'll be taking over as deputy chair from 1st of January 2025. So this is my last month as executive director. The recruitment of a new executive director is at a very advanced stage. We've advertised widely, including in national newspapers, websites, social media. We got 80 applications. We appointed an interview panel in concurrence with the deputy chair and the minister, which included the DG of DFFE, the head of the climate branch, the head of NEDLAC, and myself. And we then went through a process of shortlisting. We interviewed 6 candidates. We selected 2 candidates to go into the next round. We did detailed competency assessments. We came out with a recommendation. We've consulted the minister and the deputy chair on that recommendation, and we've consulted the president, and they have concurred. And this morning we followed the last step in the process, which was to consult the commissioners themselves, and they have concurred. So we're at the point now of making an offer to the candidate, and once that offer is formally accepted, we'll be in a position to announce it. So great progress, and we'll be able to share publicly the candidate very soon. I will be around for the first quarter of next year to do proper handover. So we've made provisions for me to put some extra time in to getting the ED up and running. And I'm looking forward to, you know, all of the commissioners meeting with the ED and getting them up to speed about the multi-stakeholder character of this commission. And then, you know, just to note, this is, I guess, a year of transition because the term of office of this commission comes to an end at the end of 2025. So we will, you know, no sooner will we have got a new ED up and running and inducted, then we'll have to initiate a process of calling for nominations and getting a new commission to take office from 1 January 2026. So change, but also continuity. And, you know, I think this first commission's built an amazing base to move forward with the work that is being done. I've listed there some of our recent activities. I mean, we're not going to go through all of it, but just to note, it's been a busy quarter. A lot of public launches, some webinars, and the PCC playing a prominent role engaging at things like the Wind Arbor, and, you know, having various engagements, including the Skills in Indaba on the 30th of October, which was extremely well attended. 3 reports that I want to highlight, which are going to be mentioned when the various working group chairs report. So we've been running this work on the Climate Change Response Fund, There's been a whole program of research and stakeholder engagement, and it's on the agenda. So we're going to be grappling with the proposals, which Desigan will take us through later. And I think Makoma, as chair of that working group, will introduce the subject. Then there's been the work that we've done on just energy transition state of readiness in 10 municipalities, which has now, we've completed these state of readiness assessments. It's been a huge investment in setting these municipalities up to now take advantage of the JET funding platform and the work that the JET-P has been doing. So I hope they find it useful in terms of going forward. And we're in the process of getting the technical report ready for public release. And then we launched earlier the public perceptions and attitude survey. The minister referred now to the fairly low level of awareness around just transition, for instance, which is one of the key findings coming out of that report. On this issue of a social compact for a just transition, commissioners, I'm sure, would have followed the retrenchments that have been taking place at some of the mines run by Seriti. And this has become quite a big issue. So AMCU brought a Section 77 notice to NEDLAC, which is preparatory to industrial action. There's been a series of engagements at NEDLAC, and as part of that process, the PCC's been talking to various stakeholders, including business, labour, the Minerals Council, around the possibility of setting up under NEDLAC's auspices a commission or a body to broker agreements around how to mitigate job losses, and where they're absolutely unavoidable, how to deal with those workers and ensure that they have sustainable livelihoods going forward. And that could include, for instance, measures around skills development, early retirement, economic diversification, community development, a whole package. So this hasn't, we haven't yet got all the social partners to agree on this, but the aim is to set up some form of social compacting or agreement between the social partners. And we've been doing a little bit of research, including looking at the way that this unfolded. I don't know, some of you would have heard of Germany's coal transition commission that they set up. So, you know, we're borrowing from various models that have been on the table and looked at the need around a task team, around technical working groups, a secretariat and technical assistance. And we've been mobilizing funding for this from the International Labour Organization, who've agreed to support the process. So we wanted to keep you briefed on it. We don't have a final finished product that we're bringing here, but Lebogang has been leading this work, and you can chat to her later over tea if you want to find out more about it. Then there's been a lot of stakeholder engagement. I'm not going to go into too much detail about it, but just to note that there's been a string of SALGA provincial and district workshops on the just transition, which we've been collaborating with SALGA on. The Just Transition Labour Centre is now getting up and running, and we've been cooperating closely with them. There's also been the NEDLAC Summit and the 30-year review, and we've collaborated closely around that. And there are various GNU planning processes that we've been inputting into. Then, I do want to just quickly touch on Kamati. This commission's very aware of the Kamati report that we produced, which was widely referenced and appreciated. And in collaboration with Eskom, we've been supporting this process of convening monthly meetings that bring a broad cross-section of stakeholders together to discuss the broader regional development around Kamati. And that's included a whole lot of discussions with the Community Steering Committee, the development of an asset-based community development set of guidelines, and working with a group called Indalo Inclusive to do a bottom-up economic development process that complements what Eskom is doing in terms of their components A, B, and C around the repurposing and repowering. We've also been getting local government and the municipal infrastructure support agency involved in doing a diagnostic assessment of the municipal infrastructure in the area and working with Breadline Africa, they're a philanthropy, to get an ECD center implemented at Kamati. And then on economic diversification, I've mentioned Eskom Componency, which is now really kicking off. TIPS, who you know well, is preparing a regional economic plan. So this is beyond just the power station. It's looking at, and it's beyond a little bit broader than Ward C, which is the sort of small Kamati town. And then lastly, I'm very pleased to announce that the Social Employment Fund, after quite a prolonged community consultation process, is now on track to start implementation of some immediate short-term job opportunities. So there's a lot happening. Also on the skills development space, there's been an enormous amount of training done in partnership with the Eskom team and a career development program and SMME accelerator program implemented. And our M&E team has been in there preparing a one-year assessment of progress and review. So there will be a formal written report on this, which we'll table to our first meeting next year. So that's all exciting. Blessing has put a communications update together. I'm not going to go through all of the detail, but just to see the work that goes on in the background around the website, media relations, campaign development, digital work on all of our social media stuff, and various multimedia production items. And he's listed on the right there some of the issues in the media environment that we've been having to respond to. Some work in the pipeline. So commissioners have been actively engaged in this, and I think Louise is going to cover this when she talks later. But we've been doing a lot of the early stage consultations on the NDC recommendations for next year. There's also been a fair amount of work taking place around implementing the just transition, including research on an economic complexity model, socially owned renewable energy pilots, skills pilots in critical sectors, and planning around social protections. There's also a lot of work as a follow-up to our recommendations on energy that we tabled last year. So Steve's doing this electricity grid model. There's a study we're doing into pricing, and there's support we're providing to NDOT on their green transport strategy. And then there's some exciting work on adaptation, 3 sectors that we're doing in-depth planning work on. We're working with DFFE on an investment plan, and there's a review taking place of climate-related disaster management capacity. On the finances, the bad news is that NEDLAC's received budget cuts of about 13% of their total budget. We were spared those cuts, But because PCC depends on NEDLAC for a whole lot of shared services, that has had an impact on travel costs, workshops, and salaries. And we've had to make a much bigger provision for the split of the costs of those shared services. So we're in a fairly tight financial position. What we have prioritized is the migration of staff into permanent positions. We are doing very active fundraising efforts at the moment with government and donors. And I'm fairly confident that for the second half of 2025, we're going to be adequately funded. But in the meantime, we are being risk averse. So we've taken the following measures. We are, unfortunately, in terms of, well, on travel and accommodation, we've cut all international travel. So none of us are going anywhere internationally unless someone else funds it. So, we can beg, borrow, I won't say steal, but beg, we can beg and borrow. Local travel, we limited to activities that are listed in the business plan and APP, which is not that onerous. So if it's planned and budgeted for, we do it. Just to say that, that applies to commissioners as well. So where we've got planned activities where we need commissioners we will, if we have to, cover their travel costs to that. But other than that, we're limiting travel expenditure to the quarterly commission meetings. There is no reduction in commissioners' time spent on PCC activities. So there's been a little bit of miscommunication about that. I think in the Finance and Governance Committee, they said they're cutting the budget for commissioners' time. We're not. So that shouldn't lead to any significant reduction in commissioners' engagement. We are freezing the filling of all positions, including the COO position. So if anyone leaves, we're going to be unable to fill that post in the immediate term. And we have reprioritized study grants and training budgets. There's a little bit of limitation. So workshops and venues, if it's covered by donor activities, which most of our activities are already funded for the first half of next year, they're in place. But we don't have any latitude on the NEDLAC budget for 25. And those are the overall decreases in revenue and expenditure. So, I'm confident we can continue to deliver the good work that we do. It's just slightly leaner times. And it's not as tough as what NEDLAC themselves are going through. So that's the message there. Quickly, on the process to establish the PCC as a public entity, this is all proceeding pretty much as planned. So we are updating the business case to take account of Treasury and DFFE comments. We've been working closely with DFFE on the regulations to establish the commission, and the department's currently doing a process of public consultation. And I did circulate the draft to commissioners. So if there are any further comments on those regs, please send them to us and we can package them and send them on to DFFE. And I'm sure sometime during the course of next year, the minister will be promulgating those. Once they're promulgated, our charter needs to be updated to align with the Climate Act. And I've circulated a draft of that charter, and we would like to finalize it at the next meeting. So that's our March meeting. So if there are any comments, I'm looking particularly at the lawyers amongst us like Brandon. We would really appreciate your feedback on that. And then in addition, DFFE is working with us on the principles and procedures that govern our interaction with government and parliament. So this would be setting out exactly how we relate to the minister, to the president, and account to parliament. Very important to clarify those various matters. Quickly on planning for the new year, this is the last slide. Thank you to the commissioners for the breakaway session you had on the 24th of October. One of the big things you asked for in that session was to have more regular such engagement, so to do it on a 6-monthly basis. And you raised a number of long-term strategic issues that we've pulled into the strategic plan for next year. And on that strategic plan, just to note that we followed a process with NEDLAC because we are here as Program 4 on the NEDLAC strategic plan and budget. So there's a draft that we've circulated. Any comments would be appreciated. We need to finalize and submit by January of next year. So we won't be able to formally bring it to a commission meeting, but we have circulated a draft, and if there are any comments, we would appreciate those before the end of this month. And then, at our first commission meeting in 2025, we'll then look at the immediate priorities we want to pursue for the new year and agree on the work program. So that's it. And to round off the year, just a huge word of thanks to all of you for going above and beyond in the way that you've participated in our activities. You've made this commission what it is. And yeah, it's been a privilege to work with all of you.
Any comments or questions? We will be getting more of the detail in the next session where we get the working group reports. In the transition to the Climate Change Act, Crispian, when do you think the new commissioners would be appointed formally? Is there a date for that? And then working backwards, when will the call go out for nominations for new commissioners? I'm asking that because, as you know, I always think about transition. You don't want a situation where commissioners' time has expired, and now they're not commissioners anymore, but you don't have new commissioners in place. And I don't want to say this in the presence of the representative of our government, but not you, Minister, but others in the government are in the habit of not making the appointments, as Joanne will tell you. Joanne serves in a very important organization in government, and they just haven't made the appointment in years of a CEO, of a board, of this and that, and all of those sorts of things. So we must watch that carefully. We don't need to have a gap because there's enough time. If the act is not going to come into operation in time, then there may be grounds to extend this until you get that. But are we doing the current transition in a very tidy way? I think we are a good example. You should boast about it in cabinet. A new deputy chair, a new CEO, and all that in time. No acting positions. No, this and that and all that. There's so many acting people in important institutions in government. It's an embarrassment. And but I must say, well done to you, by the way, in getting all of this done up to now.
Oh, thank you.
Because you just came in and you had to start the process of appointing new people, and you did it quite smoothly. So that's I really appreciate that. Personally, I must say, well done. Joanne, you wanted to say something? Oh, your hand's up. Oh, it's Louise.
So on the Executive Director's report. I think that if we do nothing else as commissioners, we must guide the strategic plan. And I just want to tell you, Crispian, it's an unfair deadline, the end of this month. So please, will you give us some leeway on that? Which I know means the Secretariat will then have to burn a bit of midnight oil to get it in time for NEDLAC's deadline. But I'm about to fall over and will not attend to it this year still.
I was turning to the NEDLAC ED because she's got a statutory deadline by which date she has to submit. And I think it's the end of January.
It's next week, Friday. But Chairperson, can I just indicate that the strategic plan and the APP are generally very high level documents. The key document that the PCC, I think, has already been seized with and needs to continue to be seized with is your business plan. And I'm sure Dumisani or Chippy, there is much more time for that. Yeah.
It's on a separate point. Can I go ahead? Yeah, what is important is also for these issues that we deal with here in the commission to get appreciation from the people. We talked about how many people know about just transition and what we are doing. And I think part of it is to jack up a communication strategy with regards to languages that are official in terms of maybe even radio stations. I'm saying this because I do believe it is important that we communicate also in the languages that people can understand. On the issue of young people, I still see myself as young. Yeah. I think it is important to follow the trend quickly, the trend of your podcasts. It is far-reaching. I can tell you everywhere there is podcast for everything. I'm also thinking of a podcast, but I don't know which one. I think when the time allows for podcasts to be a means of communicating to young people and attracts their attention, let's quicken that, let's fasten that. And also don't forget that there are those that also, I saw TikTok mentioned there. Other people may think that is not very important, but many people are spending a lot of time on TikTok, especially young people, because all that which we are trying to do here is to be inherited by young people. They will squander it if they don't know it. So I just wanted to say that, and also to say, so that we also clarify ourselves to the people with regards to how do they benefit of the work that we're doing. Things like your socially owned renewable sector projects and whatnot. These are things that should be mainstreamed. It should be made clear for people to see and understand that there is something for them. It is not something that is being created for other people to benefit, leaving them out. And I think the concept of leaving no one outside, it's not supposed, in my view, from where I come from, it's not supposed to end at the point where we do meetings. But it should also talk to economic benefit. Because as and when things happen, that loses the people, the economic and social benefit. It becomes something that they taste and feel. So even when there are benefits, let's make sure that we outline that it shouldn't be hidden. It should be very, very clear. And I think communication strategy plays a huge role in mainstreaming these issues. And hearing somewhere in Parapara FM, many of you don't even know there is such a station. where somebody would be speaking about just transition and climate change in the language that people would understand, so that we do not look like we are existing in our bubble. We are trying to do something that is away from them. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to everyone. Perhaps I can start off by way of an introduction as the new one. Thank you. Mzila Mtenjane from the Minerals Council, South Africa. And here, I think this is my first meeting. I just wanted to make a comment, Crispian, on the item on Seriti. And I think starting off with the particular reference to the opening remarks that the chair made in terms of where we are as a country in relation to coal, where our efforts need to be in as far as, you know, discussions on coal and where the energy pathway. And I think, Chair, you're quite right that we are at the tail end, as you said, of the coal economy, and the number of coal mining companies that have actually made the decision not to invest further into coal and as far as their future growth is concerned. And so I think we're certainly on that pathway now to the expression that was used in previous COPs of phasing down. Even that was a big debate in terms of the choice of words to be used. The point I want to make is that I think the case for Seriti, we need to have some perspective between what is, on the one hand, our operational requirements compared to, on the other hand, what, because of the focus on climate change and the action of coal mining companies, what they're doing is perceived as a response to climate change. I think there's a distinction to be made between the two, and I can appreciate the sensitivity given the role of the PCC and I think the global concern for climate change and the need for very responsible transition and actions by mining companies. One of the things that keeps me sane is that we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that within mining, there are many other transitions that happen driven by different factors. One of which, you know, as we've seen recently, are economic factors where mines are no longer viable and they will be put on care and maintenance. Worst case scenario where mines come to an end of life and they're closed. You know, we've got various examples of other commodities where these transitions have taken place that they've actually gone amiss. And I think the issue with operational requirements within coal, we do need to see them for what they are, that they're operational requirements. We also need to go back and learn what we missed in terms of the transitions that have taken place, which have left communities rather distraught in other commodities in terms of what we can apply as we see more mines potentially closing over the next 10 to 15 years. But I think even more importantly, as we see more mines potentially developing over the next 20 to 30 years, because there's some very important lessons that we can learn. The importance of that is that how we approach the Seriti situation is important in terms of how it influences the involvement. And I think one of the things I've discovered is the extent to which the actual coal industry has been engaged in as far as its role in where the transition is going. And we're fortunate that the coal mining industry is pretty clustered in one location with some major producers that actually have a very important role to play and are willing to engage in as far as what possible solutions can be found and implemented on various environmental and social aspects as we explore the whole transition. So I think what the point is that I think in the short term, the Seriti situation and perhaps many others, for as many coal mining companies as there are, there will be operational requirements to try and reposition and adjust. But I think the long term, in as far as the coal transition is concerned, that is something that I don't believe will happen without the knowledge of the PCC, without engaging a much greater society or population of South African society. And we do need to perhaps begin to engage the coal mining industry in as far as its own plans and its own thinking in terms of its mine developments, and how it's actually planning that phasing down of coal. But I think it's fair to say that it's not something that is immediate or will certainly be random. But it's something that will be well considered and very responsible, and as far as I know, the members of the Minerals Council. Thank you.
What is the Seriti matter? Is it why are they retrenching people, and what has led to that? Is because if we are getting involved in it, is it a matter that is it something to do with us?
So Seriti is amongst a number of companies that have announced retrenchments and across different commodities. So we've seen in coal, I think Seriti is the one entity, and given their size, any announcement they make is likely to catch attention. We've also seen in other bulk commodities, and by that I mean iron ore, that companies that have had a reliance on Transnet for the transporting of their commodities. And I think given the constraints that Transnet has had and the capital that has been invested to increase production, which has not then been met, there's an overcapacity. And therefore mines have had to then adjust in order to reduce their costs and remain viable. And so that is the operational requirements that I'm referring to, which is not unique to Seriti, and is certainly not driven by a specific climate change considerations. But I think short-term consideration, we've also seen in platinum, but largely due to where the platinum price is. And so I think your question is absolutely appropriate as to, whilst it's happening in the coal mining industry, it's also happening elsewhere. And is it something that calls for the attention and of the PCC, and in what form?
Thanks for that, because the PGM industry is involved in much larger scale restructuring of their workforce because of the commodity prices and what's happened to PGM prices as such. And it will be interesting to know, Crispian, why would we get involved in the Seriti matter if it's not something directly arising out of something that we've done or are involved in? Because it could give the impression that the climate change policy of the country has resulted in Seriti having to retrench people. And so I'm not saying Seriti would get off lightly, but it would create the wrong impression, and it may make the resolution, the labor relations resolution, more complicated than more easy. Because if it's got to do with Seriti having a infrastructure bottleneck, and that's led to the problem, or if it's a commodity price cycle thing, or if it's that they lost some of their customers or whatever else, then it's got to be dealt with in that sort of way, which we as a commission don't have an expertise in. But I'm wondering why we're getting involved in it at all. But Joanne, you want to answer that question?
So I'm going to give my perspective, because we had a conversation around Komati a while back as well. I mean, I think Komati had been recommissioned and was planned to not operate for an extended period of time. So part of the closure was because it had reached its end of life. Yet it was at a time that we were focusing on climate change, so it became a just energy transition project at the tail end of the planned closure. The lessons learned, I think, are valuable. I think the conversations around Seriti are valuable to understand the social impact of business closures that could result from climate change impacts. So it could be from a mitigation perspective, we are transitioning out of coal. It could be from an adaptation perspective, farms can no longer operate because of climatic changes. Yeah, so would that be mitigation, adaptation? I always get a bit confused in that. So the social lessons we need to understand in order to apply them effectively in new developments and in the planned closures. But I think we need to be very clear in our definition of what is as a result of climate change legislation and what is as a result of inefficiencies and ineffectiveness in the country. So I see the Komati opportunity or Komati insights as being of great value to our steel industry, which is seriously at risk because of Transnet, not because of climate change. If we get over the Transnet issues, within the next decade, our steel industry will be at risk because of climate change. So we do need to get involved to understand the impacts that will come as a result of climate change. But we need to be very clear. In the Sariti case, it's not a climate change impact, but it's a lesson that is valuable to learn to ensure that the social issues are adequately addressed in new developments and in planning for closures down the line. So would be my view.
It's not me. So no, I think we just need to be a little careful about the fact that there is a Section 77 process that is happening in Nedlek, and I'm sure there are finer details of other things that we are not touching here that will be dealt in the process. But the point that I want to make is as follows: that remember the rationale of forming the commission. It came out of the Presidential Job Summit. So that is key. The key words here is the issue around jobs. And when you see retrenchment, it is about jobs. So if perceptively people figure out that this might be having to do with climate change, they've got it within their rights to say, but why are you not getting involved? But we know as a commission that our involvement is limited. There are issues that are of Section 77 that we can't be involved in directly to come up with a result. But of course, there are certain things that talks to jobs that we might have to be involved to advise, because we're an advisor. And I'm just saying, maybe we don't have to only then wake up when people say, but what is really your job? Because we believe that these retrenchments may be or are connected to climate change. And when we realize that maybe it doesn't, then we know where our hands are off. But I think with regards to how to address the perceptive minds of people who earlier on we said they don't even know what just transition is and whatnot, I think it will help.
You're creating a potential situation where, because mining companies have been retrenching workers for the past 100 years, just depending on their fortunes in the commodity cycle. Sometimes they think that the ore reserve is going to be rich. When they get to the ore reserve, they find it's not as rich as they thought. Then they have to retrench people. And with what you are saying, aren't we creating the danger that mining companies will then easily be able to say for a lot of retrenchments they do that it's because of climate change? So they don't need to then explain the commercial reasons and justify that, because the law requires them to justify properly, as you know, any kind of retrenchment process. So I'm not saying we shouldn't get involved, but you know, it shouldn't be that every time in the coal industry there's retrenchments, it's because of climate change. Because the coal industry has been retrenching people forever, hiring and firing people forever. I mean, that has been going on. It's not a new thing.
Yeah, no, we do believe we operate in good faith, all of us, and I want to believe that the coal sector, if they would wink us, they are winking the whole country. I'm just hoping that everything that we are saying should be attempted. It's in good faith. Bearing in mind that, of course, there have been reasons in the past of why jobs would be lost and all that. But then there was no commission that, that was born out of the Presidential Job Summit. So our involvement, especially as trade unions, it's about jobs mostly and other things. We can't justify it to go to a general meeting and say, we don't care about jobs, even if there's a perception. We wouldn't want it touched because it has been done all the time. I think we operate under good faith and believing that everybody around here who's a stakeholder does the same with a level of patriotism and understanding of our socioeconomic challenges.
Valli, can you let Lebo come in?
Lebo and then
Can Lisa start and then I'll just finish off the issue because this emanated from the section 77 that came to NADLAC.
So, yes, Chairperson, good morning. I think these are very important issues and really is at the heart of what the PCC needs to do in terms of its just transition mandate. So now what happened from a NEDLAC side and what is from two parts of NEDLAC, which led to the proposal of Chippy in the report to look more comprehensively at a social compact on the just transition. The first thing that happened is that AMCU filed a section 77 notice. Why did they do that? They did that because they wanted to protest and be protected because of the unjust transition, not because of Sariti or anything like that. The Standing Committee interrogated them a lot and said, you know, if you're worrying about Sariti, this is not the place. That's a workplace issue. There you go to the employer. And they told us, no, it's about the unjust transition because they are seeing in Free State lots of solar panels. Meanwhile, their bread and butter, and when they were children, they went to pick up coal. You know, the stories that you've all heard about, okay? Now, what was very disturbing is that both the respondents, the three respondents, some of whom are represented here, Moosa, Minerals Council, and the DMRE, all said, you don't need to protest about the unjust transition because there's no unjust transition. Coal is still developing. There's going to be lots of coal mines. And we as the Standing Committee, this week, Tuesday, gave them a certificate because they had tried to engage substantially and yet they couldn't reach a resolution. What the Standing Committee had thought about, and we got the PCC involved, is if the parties had agreed that in fact there is potentially an unjust transition, we need to talk about these things, then we could start an engagement. But that was not to be. But I think the PCC through Lebo and Crispian and others have then said, as Crispian reported, this engagement needs to happen. Not only with coal, but broader, which brings me to my second issue, which I think has been raised. And this is the other part of NEDLAC. So in NEDLAC, we did a think piece as part of the labor law amendments that said, what amendments need to be made to labor laws to be optimize the just transition? And there was a lot of work done, which came to one of the working groups on heat stress. How must the Basic Conditions of Employment Act change or working time change because of heat stress? Then when we came to the issue of the Labor Relations Act, the labor law people all said, you know what, just transition is just another kind of operational requirement. You don't need any changes to the labor law to manage a just transition. Now, that's also a contested issue because what I'm hearing Mzila say is that they're different things. But when you look at it from a labor law prism, it's the same thing. Whether operational requirements, digitalization, Transnet, or, you know, jobs have to be lost. So there's another discourse that needs to happen. And I think that's the discourse that the suggestion from the PCC and NEDLAC is that because now it's a NEDLAC issue, ultimately it's a negotiation issue. Ultimately, you know, the way NEDLAC works, if you want changes to labor law, it must be negotiated in NEDLAC. So the suggestion is to consider a social compact, which will be driven by NEDLAC, with mandated positions from the social partners, and there'll have to be a lot of consultation, but with the technical support of the PCC, because that's where you come in with the expertise around the pace and you can pull on the work and research that you've done. I hope that's clarified issues.
Just clarify, why is Seriti wanting to retrench people? What are they saying? They have to give reasons, isn't it? What are their reasons?
I haven't seen the specifics of their section 189, but you know, and it is attributable to, so we've had a sharp downturn in coal prices. And also there's been the constraints on the exports. So in totality, there are volumes that they're unable to get to the market because of those constraints.
You see, you would know better than me. In terms of 189, they have to give proper detail as to how they came to the conclusion that they need 1,000 workers less.
Yeah.
And how they came to the conclusion that it will be those 1,000. The 189 requires that.
And the
then
process.
if they don't give enough information, the union by law has a right, and anybody else actually, not just the union, you know, has the right to ask for further information. So that information should be available.
Yeah.
And I don't want people to hide behind climate change.
Yeah.
You know, when they've got other reasons to be dismissing people, because companies have a lot of valid reasons to be dismissing. I'm not saying it's invalid reasons, you know, but and if we come in as you know, if anybody wants to consult us on things, we can be consulted, we can provide advice, but we must be careful about playing a central role in something that hasn't got something to do with us, because we're going to run into trouble. Because actually then our policy gets blamed for something it shouldn't be blamed up. It's not our policy that has resulted in 1,000 people being retrenched at all, you know. But if they say, look, this thing is happening now, you've got the expertise on just transition. How did you do it there? Can you give us some advice and those things? We can come in because we do have expertise and we want to be helpful. That's all that I'm trying to say. You see, Lisa, I don't want us to take charge of something that because we won't be able to handle it at the end of the day. We're not that. Lebo wanted to speak. I don't know if she.
Maybe just as a parting, Deputy Chair, and Joanne made the point when she made her inputs. Komati also was not a climate change issue, but we entered into that discussion because we saw an opportunity that in responding to these issues, we prepare industries for how they should respond, and we give them their institutional ability to respond when these things do become about climate change, which they will be. So that's the premise in which the PCC is meant to enter this conversation. And Mbodi covers the point that we are born out of a job summit. We must be concerned about these issues. We hear the issues of separating the issues, and we will be clear when we separate those issues, even when we get into an engagement of this nature.
So I think that we have to separate this from the point of view of a business and the point of view of a commission. And I note your caution. I think it's wise caution. You know, don't play into the narrative that people have, that climate change and people who argue that we need to mitigate climate change, you know, are causing all these deleterious economic impacts. That is a very good sound note of caution. But if we separate out the sort of business reasons around this, it's always going to be commercial reasons. Because that's how business is making decisions. So they're always going to have, our market is shrinking, we can't get our commodity to market, we don't see a good enough return on investment over the next 10 years, blah, blah. It's always going to be commercial factors that drive. But for us as a commission standing up for a just transition, notwithstanding whatever your commercial reasons are, if this is a transition that is related to a transition of fossil fuels, then I think it is our business. Because we want to ensure the justice in that. How we engage, we may not want to be nitty-gritty in workplace negotiations, obviously not. But, guidance on, so how do you bring justice into this? What are the justice issues? What is the process you could follow? What are the, the social protection measures that could be thought of here? I think that is our business. And I'm a bit worried, actually, at this idea that we're going to set up the commission is going to set up a commission. Because when this was debated and decided at the job summit, I think that was what they thought our job was. That's why it's a multi-stakeholder body, because we must ensure, like the German Coal Commission, like the Spanish commissions, we must ensure stakeholders get around the table and talk these things through and reach agreements, not on a labor law matter, but on a transition matter.
I don't want to comment, Deputy Chair. I think given the importance of this debate, could we ask the net zero working group, which has been dealing with many of the just transition issues linked to the transition, to consider all of the matters and come back with a recommendation to the next meeting? I think this thing needs to be ventilated further, and let us also go away and do a little bit more thinking about this before we come back with a clear proposal.
Thank you very much, and I think thank you very much for allowing the discussion and the input. They're very valuable, and for me, they actually provided exactly what I was looking for, which is just some perspective. Because I think the point is right that by virtue of who we are as a commission, and with climate change being what I call the Uber context within which we operate, we can't avoid not having a perspective on issues that happen in coal, but also issues that happen in any other commodity in the context of climate change. Because I think the issue here was really just being clear as to what are the key drivers of the changes taking place within Seriti. And I think to your point that it's not issues where it's climate change driven by virtue of policy, but recognizing that climate change is a potential and is an existing burden. Post those retrenchments, these are people who are going to have to exist without jobs in a climate affected context. And that's where the role of the commission also remains. So, and I'm not trying to take that away. It's really just to ensure that I think as we proceed, that we really do focus our efforts on the right thing, but we're certainly not losing sight on the bigger picture. So I think, thank you very much.
I'll allow you, Joanne, but I think we should summarize on what the ED has said. Let's take it forward like that, because we don't even have the information yet, the most important information about what are Seriti's Section 189 reasons. Nobody can tell us here. So we're having a discussion almost in a blank. So let's do that work and then maybe come back and then look at our role in the matter. Joanne?
Thanks, Chair, for the work that is going to be done going forward. I think that one of the things that we need to do is to do some work and put something on the table about what is our understanding of the time frames related to a coal phase down.
because what is happening at the moment is singularly unhelpful. We have a whole lot of people from business and others saying, oh, there's coal for 200 years. Yes, there is, but are we going to utilize it? And so, and I think it's causing huge anxiety among workers and communities if they're not understanding, are we talking about 10 years? Are we talking about 20 years? Are we talking about 40 years? And what then does that mean in terms of the development space that there is to put the alternatives in place? So I do think that we owe it to people who are potentially affected by changes in the coal value chain specifically, and maybe it extends to other key minerals, to be able to put something on the table and to engage on that in a way that then enables us to have the kinds of conversations with those who might be affected tomorrow on the one hand, as opposed to those who are looking at a 30-year set of employment activities. So please, could we do that in that work? Thanks.
Anything else arising out of the Executive Director's report? If not, then we go on to the working groups. Shafiq, are you going to start with the adaptation?
Yes, Chair. And
I wonder if you can just tell us about what's happening with the Val Dam and all
okay, that was my
part of your report, but we're all interested.
That was going to be my opening salvo, Chair, Deputy Chair, because I think that there's a misconception. Even this morning, when I drove here, there was a whole story on the radio around the Gauteng and specifically the Johannesburg problems. And it's purely a misconception. We are not in a drought, hydrological drought per se. We are in a technological drought. So if you, just driving here, so I deliberately drove through part of the city, and I have the habit of counting how many streams I cross things. So I counted 4, and it's not dripping, it is proper water flowing somewhere from somewhere. And it's indicative of the problem. So 40% of that water gets lost. So it's what we call non-revenue water, and a big portion of that is physical leaks. So if we treat 100 liters through the rainwater system, 60% goes to users, 40% either do not get billed or gets lost in leaks. So essentially, we have 60%. But so if you follow the rainwater, so daily they put out the usage, and it's useful to follow that. So if you follow the metros, so they get an allocation which shows the red line. Johannesburg is persistently above the red line. So Tshwane and Hane dips below the red line. So we also have then a user problem. Never mind. So for example, people use water much more, which probably most of us in the room as well. So that's the drought. But coming back to the adaptation and resilience, so we've been doing this for more than 50 years. So in the early 1970s, we noticed the shift from wet to dry. And we've been adapting gradually, but not. What is needed is an exponential adaptation, and of course, this is the work that we need to do. So you also mentioned the issue of the Val Dam. So and I even struggle with this with my own family as well, because they will show me pictures of the Val Dam. The boats are sitting on wherever they're sitting on dry ground, etc. But the Val Dam is a problematic dam because it's wide and it is shallow. So how did we adapt to that problem? So when it's very hot, like we've had in the past seasons, the operating rule states that we'll let it drain, because no use is putting the water in that system to evaporate, because that's what's happening in a shallow, wide system. So all our water is being stored up in the integrated valve system. So when we talk about the valve system, and the media often gets that wrong, the valve dam is not the supply source. The integrated valve system is which consists of 14 dams right up into the system. So the bulk of our water that we would normally have, if systems are healthy, there's enough rain. But also remember, we're early in the rainy season. So you have the Val Dam full. But what we do when it's hot and the rain is slow to come, we store all this water up in the system, and the biggest of them is the Sterkfontein Dam. So you'll hear, so the Sterkfontein is a V-shaped, narrow, deep dam, one of our largest dams. So that dam is 99% full. And this is without water being transferred out of the Lesotho scheme because the tunnel is closed for maintenance. So, and the scheduled reopening is somewhere end of March. So we have enough water in the system, so we don't have a drought. And you'll also hear the city do not, previous years it was heat waves, climate change, it's like what we've discussed, everyone blamed climate change. But now if you remove, the dams are full, the rains are coming, it actually exposes the technological problem that we have, or the governance problem that we have. We're not maintaining our infrastructure, etc. Because often we still talk about aging infrastructure. We don't have aging, we have aged infrastructure. It's old and it's leaking. So part of the problem is that it seems, and I guess the commission also struggles with it, the negative narrative trumps whatever the department puts out. And so this morning they called the minister a liar on radio, one of the callers, but he was 100% accurate because the minister is responsible for bulk raw water side. Whatever then comes into local government is a local, not that we need to look at water in a holistic way. So I think that is but notwithstanding, that is the situation for now. If the rains do not come, so relatively the whole system is lower than what was in the previous season. But it's not something to worry. I think the whole system sits at 70%. So yeah, so just part of that misconception, but ultimately, a lot of the things we need to fix the governance systems. Just driving through the city has me worried. I mean, if you don't get the basics right, how are you going to get more complicated technological things right? And so it's less on the supply side about adaptation, but the adaptive capacity. So yes.
Is this what you've said? Is it available somewhere like in a document or a statement?
Yeah, so the department had the whole press release, etc. But I can see what's available.
If you could send it to us, it would be useful, because people say climate change, and then
yeah. So but of course,
even I didn't understand it.
Yeah. So it's it might be here, but the rest of the country, there's a part of the country that's experiencing drought at the moment, hydrological drought.
Okay. You can go on with your report.
Okay, so I'm trying to keep it short. So I was standing in for Commissioner Makoma at the working group, and we dealt with 3 substantive issues under the period. And the first one was around developing and conceptualizing the Climate Change Response Fund, which is also on today's agenda. So I think there will be a presentation by the team. And key outcomes included, of course, the recommendations, but also how to address the financing gaps for adaptation. And as you mentioned, the focus has been on mitigation, which receives 71% of all funding, and adaptation, I think 12% so far. So we need to not necessarily reduce the 71%, but lift the 12% to bring more funding into that. But also how such a fund will promote governance, transparency, and mobilize resources, including issues related to blended finance and other international funds like the Loss and Damage Fund. But also there was a good discussion around whether the fund will be a facility, whether it will be a fund or will be a facilitator. So I think, but I guess the team will present on those things today. And then the second presentation was also very interesting by Professor Jordan in the working group that dealt with the PCC is developing a technical paper on disaster management that follows climate-related extreme weather events, and they analyzing 13 case studies. That's not just extreme. I think one of them was COVID, if I remember correctly. But it highlighted the work so far is that we need capacity building activities in this domain. We need how do we integrate these climate resilient international frameworks? Awareness and response to early warning is very problematic. I think source puts out a warning, whether it's yellow, green or things, and people just do not respond. But often they cannot respond because they've been settled in a place that will be impacted. So I think that it's some awareness and training that needs to happen there, but also better ways of communicating this. The importance of sustainable infrastructure and community-centered adaptation projects was stressed, especially for vulnerable groups. And I think and in sectors. And then, we agree to integrate these findings into national strategies and to prioritize resource mobilization for vulnerable communities, because often they bear the brunt of these things. And other notable activities included the 3 sector studies. It is a built environment, water value chain, and the agricultural sector. And this project deals with our adaptation readiness within these things, and other discussions emphasize alignment with the Climate Change Act, systemic vulnerability reduction, and stakeholder collaboration. So that's the report from the working group. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Shadrach. Let's go on to Louise on the net zero pathways.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So I'm not the last meeting of the working group, and remember we cover both the mitigation work and the economic diversification work and employment strategy. The last meeting was quite a lot of information, and reports from the Secretariat to us and reports of research. So we don't have any decisions to bring to the Commission or reports to be adopted or anything. And the activities of the under those work streams have been adequately covered by the Executive Director's report. So I'm just going to touch on a few things. Okay, the first is that, we've come out of COP29. It was, by some accounts, the worst COP ever. We didn't get money for developing countries. We didn't get any mention of fossil fuels in the text. We didn't, the principle of common but differentiated responsibility among developed and developing countries was blurred because the rich countries managed to get into the finance text the fact that we must also give money as developing countries. So, that was a shocking COP. And, it points to the weakness of the Paris Agreement, which is that we settled for this bottom-up system where every country can say what the hell they want to do about mitigation, adaptation, and finance, or not do, and there is no sanction if they don't do it. So a very interesting development in that regard is the International Court of Justice, which has been holding hearings over a few days on what are states' actual obligations in relation to climate change action and what will be the legal consequences if they do not meet those obligations. So I think that is a very interesting development in our space that we, and they will provide an advisory to the United Nations in this regard. Okay, so turning to, this bottom-up thing where we are busy as a country preparing our new nationally determined contribution. As you will have heard from the Executive Director, the Commission has been running a series of capacity building sessions with, let me just backtrack a second on the NDC thing. So, the Deputy Chair, I think to underline his point about adaptation, said, that basically the job is done on the mitigation side in South Africa. Of course it isn't, and he doesn't mean that. We are having coal licenses, coal mining licenses issued right and left, including in protected areas. And we are a responsible global citizen as a country, so we will and must do our fair share. We don't have to do more. unless lots of money comes for us to do more, but we must at least do our fair share. And we have in a previous commission meeting noted the fact that while we are only a small percentage of the global emissions picture, as the world shifts to lower carbon, it serves our economy to be keeping pace with that or be ahead of it. We've made that point very clearly from research. So we were running these NDC capacity building sessions for civil society, labor, local government, business, faith communities, and youth. And I attended all of them except the faith and youth ones. And I must say that there were other commissioners attending and we were all happy to see each other, but this was really an opportunity to lay down a common knowledge foundation amongst all of us. And I was a bit disappointed at the under-attendance, if I may say so, by commissioners at these sessions. So, I really would encourage you to involve yourselves. It's not for me to say, but peer to peer. Okay. Also, there's been how we are engaging with the DFFE around this has been a little sticky. It may be that the DFFE was very engaged with preparing for the COP, and that is a small team that do outstanding work, in the right direction on behalf of the country. And we really would like to have these NDC sessions we are running seen as an opportunity to enrich perspectives for them, that they would not necessarily, because they will do their own consultations, but this adds to that picture. I spoke to some businesses that we work with after these sessions, and the feedback from those I spoke to was that this was fantastic sessions. It really highlighted the issues and the trade-offs and, what's at play. I was encouraged by the businesses I spoke to saying they're quite concerned about pushback on the ambition in the mitigation targets, and they would be in support of higher ambition in the NDC. And also they were very pleased that we brought adaptation strongly into these sessions, because everybody, as the Deputy Chair said, we can get a bit fixated on the mitigation side, but adaptation is a huge issue for businesses as well. Okay, then there's some concern that commissioners have raised with me, and it's not all commissioners, so please, I'm only speaking for those who raised issues with me. They say, we're busy developing our new nationally determined contribution, but it is often at odds with other things going on in the country. So I've already mentioned the willy-nilly issuing of coal licenses. For example, the the Integrated Resource Plan being developed now in 2024, which is the country's electricity plan. The first draft that was sort of made visible to us around that was in alignment with the Commission's recommendations to the previous RP. The trajectory was in alignment with what we had recommended. Then with the Eskom sort of extending the lifespan of some of the coal-fired plants, they've now adjusted that, up. And so I think we as the Net Zero Working Group, but the Commission as a whole, need to sort of very strongly stand behind our original RP recommendations in that regard. In terms of the Eskom delay of decommissioning, Mr. Marokane, in a previous PCC meeting, said to us, this is being done in order to deal with the load shedding issue and the economic impact of load shedding. So yes, we salute Eskom for really applying its mind to how to solve that problem. But Mr. Marakani said Eskom would still meet its emissions targets. And we did raise the question last time of, but how will you, if you're extending the life of your coal plants? The impact is that, you know, Eskom was going to be emitting 125 megatons by 2030. It now will be 170 megatons per year up to the year 2030, which is 45 megatons extra per year, which is 9% of South Africa's emissions from the greenhouse gas inventory in 2022. So that is a significant difference. And, you know, I think we need to have that conversation about how are we going to then compensate for those increased emissions. Okay, I think that's all from me. We have several times, it also arose in the commissioner retreat, if I'm remembering right, several times in the working group sort of noted that this work of the Secretariat involves a lot of commissioned research. And we do understand that that is really important because our commission rests on a strong evidence base because it's all based on good research. But we raise the question sometimes of whether we are perhaps doing a lot of research that doesn't move the needle always, and rather, you know, taking the point about our constrained energies, rather focus on things that actually make the real world change, than sort of turning ourselves into a commissioner of academic work.
So
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Louise. Remember last meeting, in my opening remarks, I had noted that during the election campaign, climate change and mitigation, because we just come out of a very big, robust election campaign, was not a feature of the campaign at all. And the assumption one can make is that the voters are not going to be swayed by the climate change policies of any of the political parties. There's no evidence that somebody didn't vote for X and voted for Y because of X's policy on climate change. And isn't it the case that when Eskom says it's going to extend the life of the power stations, that it is actually responding to what people are saying? You know, it's a sort of, isn't it the general feeling? Because if you listen to all the political parties, they all say they don't want load shedding. They want more energy, keep the power stations burning properly and all of that. I'm only saying this because I'm not saying it's not increasing mitigation and not jeopardizing our NDCs, but we need to sometimes think about where we put who is it that we try to push back with? Because to do it with Eskom, it's just a limit we're going to achieve because Eskom is responding to what the country wants. You know, it's sort of like, I think the Eskom board will be hanged if they close down a power station next week, you know. And so they are not the culprits in a sense. They look like the culprits, but they are not the culprits. And so we must just think about that. We need to convince the people of the country. And then, this is what it is, because otherwise we get involved in a little bit of a false debate. It becomes, you know, it's like, because Eskom is identifiable, we say Eskom is doing this thing. But when Eskom lowers its emissions, then the people say Eskom is having load shedding, you know, so we just try to make it a bit more real. Joanne?
Thanks, Chair. I attended 3 of the capacity building sessions, and I thought they were excellent. I mean, I think the input was good, but I think that what was so important was the level of seriousness and consideration of the comments and questions that came from the participants. So I really do think in-depth capacity building work is something that is really, really important. From the questions and the comments that were made in that session, I think there is a very important thing that we should be doing, which is that the issue that Louise has raised is really an issue about the country's carbon budget. So how much do we think we can emit as a country, over what period of time, and then how do we divide those emissions across different sectors of the economy? And in that, what is Eskom's fair share and why? And what are others' fair share and why? And I mean, I think that the implementation of the Climate Act requires the setting of both carbon budgets and sector emission targets. And I think it would be very useful for us to have, I don't know whether it's a presentation or a seminar or some kind of engagement with the DFFE on what the work is and what their thinking is around how they are going to take this debate forward and this work forward in order to set those limits fairly across the different sectors and for the economy as a whole. Because I think that's the frame within which, because I think that Eskom's sitting with a serious energy security challenge that made Eskom say, well, we're going to delay for a period. It then does have a set of implications for others, but we haven't had the conversation. And I think that if you have the whole conversation, we'll get a much more balanced conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair. I just want, it's more a clarification question around the numbers that you have shared with us from 125 to 170. I'd like to understand where those numbers come from. Because you have, as we have rightly pointed out, when we approved the extension, we made sure that we want to still make the targets that we had committed to. And because we are not managing only those few power stations, we're managing an entire fleet, and we felt we would be able to reach those targets by reducing emissions in all of our fleet. So given that, we felt that this is something that is doable, and we believe it is. So now I just want to understand where the numbers come from so that we can look into it. Thank you, Chair.
So Dr. Nyati, thank you. It's very back of the envelope. So you will know far better than I do about your own numbers. And I think we'd appreciate, more accurate information. It's merely that we took the extended life of the specific power stations and we did a back of the envelope calculation about emissions coming from those. So we are not aware of the full technical suite of things that you are putting in place. So thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. On this issue of carbon budgets and NDCs and managing them, there is a concern, and I'm glad the minister's back in the room. The kind of gap between what is happening on the ground in terms of approval of projects. So at the moment, there's about 16 gigawatts of gas to power projects that have environmental authorization. There's an ongoing green lighting of the Musina-Mikado Special Economic Zone, which could take up to 16% of our carbon budget. So the carbon space is diminishing, and yet we've got a new entry. And the concern is that the assessment of these impacts are not being done cumulatively or strategically. So on the one hand, we're just getting a proliferation of projects, and yet we have this very sound NDC process, for example, but worried about the gap between. Thanks.
Good. I think we should proceed now to Joanne, your report on climate finance.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and morning, everybody. I am standing in for the chair of the working group who couldn't be here be here today. And thanks to the Secretariat who tried to make my job easier by giving me a script. I'm not great at scripts. So I think importantly, the working group, the work during the course of this year, and that was dealt with in the last meetings of the working group, has followed on from the basis that was laid in 2023. In particular, looking at the absorptive capacities in relation to climate finance, the work that was done around the just transition financing mechanism, policy recommendations, looking at how we need to refining the way that we count climate finance, as well as assessment of the state of where we are in relation to utilization of green technologies. And then lastly, and importantly, the work that has been done on building municipal capacity. So I want to focus on three of those areas. So firstly on, and it was very much a report on progress in the last meeting. We don't have recommendations at this stage. So there was a report on the work that's been done on a green technology stocktake study, which identifies the state of readiness to support the just transition and guide and determine the green industrialization pathways that are viable for the country. And there's a lot of considerations going into that, including looking, I think importantly, at the issues of indigenous knowledge, looking at local community benefits, as well as livelihood and biodiversity integration. So it's not just a kind of hard technology assessment, it's the way technology gets deployed on the ground in order to support people. Then there has been very substantial and deep work done around the municipal jet support program. Kwesi and team have done fantastic work with municipalities to understand their challenges, capacity gaps, and issues related to their financial viability in terms of being able to take on municipal jet projects. There has been very detailed technical reports that do capacity assessments, and there were 10 municipalities that did these very deep dives in relation to their capacity. That work is now going to be taken forward to the next stage, but it is really exceptionally useful piece of work. And I think it's the first piece of work that gives us a very, very solid understanding of what municipalities can and can't do and what the reasons are for that. Then we got a report on the climate finance landscape report, in particular around the methodological work, the methodological approach, and the data refinements updates that are underway. And there's now extensive outreach to asset managers and pension funds, and work to align this with the country's green taxonomy. And they're also now looking at assessing the possibility of including guarantees in the finance flows, and looking at how we could track innovative financing mechanisms. So this will all be fed into the 2025 report. So we approved 2 technical reports on the basis of this work at the meeting itself. The first was the municipal jet support synthesis report, and formal recommendations from the work will be refined and published in the last quarter of the current financial year. So in the first 3 months of 2025, and at that point it will come back to the Commission in the form of recommendations. And then on the 26th of November, we had a special meeting where we approved both that municipal jet support synthesis report, as well as the climate finance landscape technical report. And the technical report on climate finance will be available on the PCC website. And the results of that methodology and the learnings and the approach will then feed into the 2025 Climate Finance Landscape Report. So in conclusion, I really think there has been great work done, quite technical and quite in-depth. And I think that we are looking forward to the 2025 report and the recommendations on municipal capacity. I think both of which started to lay a very solid basis for being able to move forward. So thanks very much to the Secretariat team and to the members of the working group who've spent a lot of time in the last while processing and engaging on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. Are there any questions for Joanne? If not, then we can go on to Bongani.
Thank you very much, Chair. There's something extremely destructive on my right. On a lighter note, Chair, firstly, let me let me appreciate this opportunity to present on behalf of the M&E working group. I'm going to be covering two areas: the work of the M&E in the past quarter, as well the work that we approved for the upcoming quarter. Chair, as you may know, we experienced a level of transition. So PCC can learn from our working group how a transition is actually managed in terms of continuity and other things. Dr. Olive, you can learn from us, and that's on a lighter note. We're taking over from Melissa, who has done extremely well in the past, and we will continue to be indebted to her work. So, Chair, we actually released the first national representative survey on just transition, which we conducted in partnership with the Human Science Research Council. As far as we know, Chair, this is the first survey conducted globally. The survey is available on our website, and the report is very clear, but it touched on explored three key areas. One, the awareness of climate change and its impact. The second one is support for shift from coal to renewable energy. And of course, the third one is public perceptions of who should be responsible for transition. As pronounced by the M&E working group chair, and we've requested PCC to conduct a review of strategic plans and annual performance plans of departments. And I am glad that Zakele is here. So about 15 government department strategic plans and APPs were reviewed. Of our concern, Chair, is the absence of a clear, measurable targets in the area of such as job creation, economic growth, health outcomes linked to just transitions. So we think there must be a level of focus on this. While we appreciate that climate change is often addressed in a narrative, but specific actions related to what I've stated really it's in our view missing. So I know, Chair, that the PCC Secretariat, and of course, as guided by the working group, has developed a set of recommendations aimed at ensuring that climate change actions are clearly defined, are measured, and are aligned to the principles of the just transition. So we do believe, Chair, that the department responsible is going to really assist us to ensure that this is pronounced clearly in the APPs. And we have received, I think, ED a brief from you addressing these concerns as well. For us, it's extremely concerning, but we are confident that it's going to address. We resolved, Chair, looking forward or looking ahead, that we will be conducting two studies. Louise, you've pronounced yourself on studies, but unfortunately, we are going to conduct a study on eThekwini 2 years after the April 2022 floods. We do believe that these findings will help identify areas where further actions is needed to strengthen resilience in the region. The second one, Chair, because as much as the strategic retreat of the Commission advised us to not to move away from Mpumalanga, Commissioner Mbodi, but to look at other areas as well. But we are going to conduct a one-year review, progress review study, Chair. The aim is to evaluate progress on Komati repurposing and repowering project year after the PCC initial recommendation. So we are making a point that this is the reason we are going to be conducting the study. And the M&E team is currently conducting one-on-one interview with key stakeholders in the regions, and we in a meeting gave them recommendations how to handle a number of issues, including issues relating to communication as well. But Chair, finally, the working group is planning an international workshop on tracking a just transition, which shall be held in February 2025, to be attended by approximately 60 practitioners from around the world to discuss how we can track progress towards the just transition. So, Chair, let me close off by appreciating the team that is supporting the M&E group, Kate and Yuri, as well as the entire secretariat. We can confirm to you that the M&E working group is intact. We receive enormous support from a number of stakeholders, and if you can check our attendance in the meeting, it's really pleasing, and the level of participation at that level as well. It makes one to conclude that people are concerned about just transition issues, and not only concerned, but are willing to contribute to changing the status quo. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Gideon?
Okay, Chair, thank you. So I would like to say three things. This presentation is supported by a short report and then the unconfirmed minutes of the meeting that was held on the 4th. So if I could try and present as follow, and just first of all, give the Commission assurance that the Finance and Governance Committee is functioning effectively with the help and active support of Commissioners Kanile, Bate and Lukele, and of course the work done by the Secretariat. So you've got the minutes there, Chair. I have no intention to go through that. What also gives me a lot of comfort is that most of the matters that were discussed there were very comprehensively dealt in the Executive Director's report around the budget constraints, etc. So I have no intention to say anything on that, but obviously if there are questions, I'd like to do that. What I do want to conclude on is basically two matters, which were both raised before and up to a certain extent were also addressed. From a risk perspective, the last two Commission meetings, we were talking about succession planning, and part of this committee's role was to exercise oversight over the recruitment process of the Executive Director, the transition process. So if I could say something on that, and then my last focus, what was also raised by Crispian, from a risk point of view, are the budget constraints and the impact on the budget. So if I could, first of all, and you've got it, you have it in the minutes and in the report. So from an oversight point of view, the committee is comfortable that the processes that were followed, the Secretariat did what they should have done. I mean, they could always have done more, and we had a bit of a debate around that. And what I mean with that, should they've kept the advertisement open a week longer? Should they have 20 more people? Of course, they could have done that, but we were comfortable that they did in the uncertainty and as explained what they should have done. So that's important for me to give the Commission assurance on that. Obviously, going forward, this is not the end of the road because the transition is not finished. And from a risk point of view, this is still one of the main emerging risks for the Commission, to make sure that this process, the handover, which is not fully completed, that in the implementation, that we don't trip over ourselves and that's causing a problem. So that's from a risk point of view. The budget constraints, Chair, and if I may, I think that's all, we all realize that. And I want to coin a phrase, since I'm now from the Republic of Hermanus. So it's not the elephant in this room today, but it's the whale in the room. Was the whole debate about what exactly is the focus? What's the debate? It's climate change, it's just transition, but for a lot of people, it means different things. And all that I want to leave that with, because that is a risk and it's also minuted, the Commission will have to sharpen the pencils because you'll have to pick your battles because you cannot fight everything. You cannot solve all the problems. And that's what I want to leave this with from a risk point of view. The mitigation, Chair, which is the debate that's been happening here, is in the new year with the new incoming executive director, and then Crispian as the deputy chair, and then commissioners. There will have to be a very big focus on priorities. And what exactly does the Commission want to be known for? What are you going to address? So, Chair, with that, I conclude. I'm not sure if there are questions. I hope not. But if there are, I hope I have the backing of all the Secretariat members in the room to help me out.
Thank you, Gideon. We're running about an hour behind time. We'll catch up later, but we probably have to go on until 1 o'clock. Minister, I'm wondering whether we should take the tea break as scheduled, and then we can take you after the G20 report, because the G20 report people, I'm told they are waiting online wherever in the world they are. Is that okay with you?
Yes, indeed, that's perfectly fine. I have a hard stop at about 1:45, so.
Okay.
But yes, it's fine with me.
I'll try to fit in by then. Thank you. Let's have a tea break. Please be back at 11 o'clock. Don't wait to be begged to come in and sit down.
I show my mouth.
All right, thank you.
Hello, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Great, I've just been told to test my audio. Is whoever's chairing the meeting, maybe they can let us know what's happening. Are we supposed to be talking?
Are we just testing sound?
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Hello. I wasn't, because
Okay.
we don't see you, we just see ourselves.
Yeah, sorry. I'm actually presenting from one of the chairs, not at my computer. But we can
Okay,
hear you. I'll put my-
wonderful. Just let us know then when you want us to begin, because we can't hear anything in the room.
Okay. And
Thank-
Dr. Songwe, can you hear us? Can you also talk?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Right.
Hi, Mariana.
Hi, Vera.
Now I have 16 pictures of you on my screen. Disappeared.
That's because you love me so much. It's either a nightmare or heaven.
No. Yeah.
Nightmare.
So are we coming out okay on your side? Because I saw.
And maybe we can test the sharing, in fact.
The meeting is live, broadcast live, so we're ready to go.
Okay.
Just let us know when we should begin.
Thank you very much. We've got the people online. I would
Wonderful.
appreciate it if the people can sit down, especially the staff. I don't know. Jessica, can you ask the staff members to sit down or go outside or do something like that? We want to start our meeting. Oh, gosh. Why do we always have to wait for the secretariat to settle down? Can you guys settle down there, please? Who's that? Jessica, those people there, can they settle down? We want to start the meeting. I mean, it is strange. I've got to beg the secretariat every time to sit down and to behave themselves. Okay. Over to you, Crispian.
Thank you, Chairperson. So I want to introduce to you Professor Mariana Mazzucato and Dr. Vera Songwe, both who are renowned experts and have done many reports in their own rights. And Mariana sits on the President's Economic Advisory Council. So,
And so does Vera.
oh, Vera as well. Sorry,
The new one.
so you're very close. You're in a sister organization, actually, in our system. So during the course of last year, they were leading this expert report, looking at the green economy, and it was done under the auspices of a G20 working group called the Task Force on the Global Mobilization Against Climate Change, otherwise known as TF-CLIMA. And the report is titled A Green and Just Planet, the 1.5 degree agenda for governing global industrial and financial policies. And we invited them to come and address this commission because there are some profound implications in their report, and it resonates very strongly with many of the debates we've had in this commission around the just transition and the need for green industrialization and job creation as part of this transition process. So this is a link into a global report and a global process. And many of these issues will be picked up in South Africa's G20 as we host it this year. So it has particular relevance and is highly topical. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to Mariana and Vera to take us through the report.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Chair. Can you just confirm you see the slides?
Yes, we can.
And you hear me. Great. Okay, well, you've just done the introduction, and thank you so much. It's a real honor for both of us to be presenting to you at the South Africa's Presidential Climate Commission. And as you said, it's also very fortuitous and very useful that we're both on the President's Economic Advisory Commission. I was also on it for some years up until now, and it's been a very important process. So I'm going to begin with why a fundamental pivot is needed in how countries approach climate action, and with the report's recommendations on green industrial strategy, before turning over to Vera, who will discuss its recommendations on green finance. So indeed, the report is divided up between green industrial strategy, green finance, and why both of them together, first of all, should be united. The real economy and the financial economy, as you know, both nationally and globally, are often disconnected, but also why they both need to be connected through justice and equity in terms of global governance. So what looks good in one country doesn't mess up what's happening in another country. Let me just see why this isn't moving. There we go. And we are, incredibly, again, happy to be passing the torch over, if you want, from the Brazilian presidency to the South African G20 presidency, because it's extremely relevant. The recommendations, as you'll see, are very relevant to the theme of the South African G20 presidency around solidarity, equality, and sustainability. If those three things don't go together, nothing works. And President Ramaphosa's G20 priority is relating to harnessing critical minerals for inclusive and sustainable development and mobilizing finance for a just energy transition while addressing the debt crisis. Again, all these things being done at the same time, or it doesn't work, will require new approaches to ensure that all countries can benefit from green growth and we don't get green nationalism, as we saw that we had during COVID, where we had vaccine nationalism. All these global problems need global action with equity and justice at the center. As members of the South Africa's Presidential Economic Advisory Council, we also are very, very keen to continue passing the torch, not only to the G20 presidency, but also to the South African country's leadership in terms of walking the talk and kind of testing some of these recommendations. And it's a very important group to engage with, the critical role for all ministries. We need, at the national level, Climate action requires all levels of government. It's not just for the Department of Energy. This, by the way, was very interesting in Brazil, given that the ecological transition strategy has been nested in the Ministry of Finance. What usually, as you all know, happens is that climate action is far away in some sort of Department of Energy or environment that's not taken seriously by the Department of the Economy and Department of Finance. So we continue to create the economic and financial problems, and then now and then, give a little bone to those very far from government to make them feel important. This is not the case right now in Brazil, and we know this is not the case with Ramaphosa's ambition. So we need all levels of government, but especially all parts of the private sector. This isn't about just de-risking, incentivizing, enabling. It's about a true partnership between public and private. It's about socialization of risks and rewards instead of what we've found in many types of blended finance, where it's just about de-risking and unfortunately then socializing risks and privatizing rewards, and all levels of civil society. So all of government, all of business, all civil society to advance a massive economy-wide transition, which again requires green industrial strategy and green finance, oriented around the NDCs, these nationally determined contributions, so important. What's happened in recent years is they are, again, far away from the center of government. So by focusing on green industrial strategy and green financial policy, our aim is really to make sure that those NDCs come to the center of how we design our industrial transformations and financial policies. You all know these key messages, but it's such an important context that the current model for economic growth is unsustainable. That's why in the report we say that these aren't just cute little recommendations on the side. It's about a new growth model. A new developmental pathway was actually what Lula also kept stressing to us and his team. And the bottom line is that to achieve the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement, we need all G20 countries to commit to development pathways that are compatible with this goal. The report sets out this framework for new development pathways that align growth with climate and equity goals. Again, green industrial strategies oriented around the NDCs, green finance that's scaled up via country platforms, but done well. That's another word that's often just thrown around, the country platform. What does that mean? They need to coordinate and direct finance so that all countries have the fiscal space to invest in these strategies. There's no point in talking about climate finance if the fiscal space is not there. And third, these new governance frameworks for cooperation on green industrial strategy and finance that recognize the global nature of the crisis and prioritize equity. And we also are very clear that, G20 countries are responsible for 80% of emissions. They should be responsible for 80% of the solutions, of course, taking into account historical emissions. We are very clear that the pace of change needs to really speed up. As Nick Stern taught us in his famous climate report, the cost of inaction is greater than the cost of action. On our current trajectory, warming is projected, as you well know, to exceed 3 degrees, leading to macroeconomic losses of at least 18% of GDP by 2050. And again, the G20 needs to act urgently to change this course. And unfortunately, that's simply not happening. G20 emissions are rising, and G20 fossil fuel subsidies have more than doubled since 2022. This is hardly the change we want. We talk about 2 big shifts. We need to move away from market fixing to market shaping, and not just looking at the financial issues as filling a little financial gap here and there or a big financial gap. It's about restructuring finance, reshaping finance, and really focusing on what's gone wrong in terms of the current type of finance. We also very, I think, boldly talk about lots of economic myths and financial myths that have impeded action, right? It's not that people are stupid. People have been trying to, have the right level and the urgency, but if we continue to have the wrong assumptions of how our economies work, it's very difficult. The myth that market signals can drive decarbonization without direct government intervention. Our report is very clear that they cannot coordinate the rapid and large-scale economic transformation that is needed on their own. Here, what have I done here? I'm missing a slide. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And we look at, the fact that climate action and growth are not united. Wrong. Climate action and economic growth can actually go together, but not just by talking about it that way, by actually making sure that the way we drive growth, the way we drive industrial strategy, the way we drive the financial policy has those climate goals at the center. So these different 5 myths that you see here, we come back to them throughout the report. And, this issue of blended finance, so using public funds to de-risk private investments, and that it's always cheaper than public investment, we say that's not true. Blended finance, in fact, can lead to higher long-term costs compared to public financing, particularly for middle and low-income countries. Okay, so quickly on the industrial strategy, my remaining 4 or 5 minutes before I pass on to Vera. We say that we will not achieve the climate goals without green industrial strategy, but what kind of green industrial strategy? It's not just about focusing on energy or a sectoral approach. We need a cross-sectoral approach where the NDC target becomes what I, in my work, have called missions, right? The mission orientation at the center of an industrial strategy, which requires then that cross-sectoral transformation to achieve a goal, and all those different instruments that can be used by governments, whether it's procurement policy, whether it's public loans, subsidies, and guarantees that actually have that level of conditionality that bring the different projects towards mission accomplished, and where the sum is greater than the parts. So, this is about generating what the Secretary General of the UN calls an SDG multiplier. Well, we need a climate multiplier that is truly cross-sectoral. And again, it won't happen without really thinking about a whole of government approach. How the government delivers on green industrial strategy cannot be business as usual. It really requires changes to government structures, tools, and institutions. We give all sorts of examples throughout the report around some seeds of this that we see globally, but it's not happening at scale. 12% of global GDP is spent on public procurement. That's a big chunk of government budgets, whether it's a small country like Barbados or a large country like South Africa. Demand-side tools can actually help shape new market opportunities aligned with government priorities, but generally they're restricted in their current form just to securing the lowest price, reducing risk and promoting fairness and anti-corruption. Great. Of course, we must reduce risk and fight corruption, but they also must be very bold and ambitious to achieving climate-related goals, whether it's school meals or how we organize our sustainable mobility systems. In some countries, recent provisions, like the social value framework in the UK, have allowed consideration of factors beyond price, but generally these are peripheral to price and kind of ad hoc in their form. Instead, we argue that to maximize public value, procurement should be oriented around strategic goals like achieving the NDCs. It also requires meaningful engagement with civil society, including to inform how national level missions translate to the local level in a way that delivers tangible benefits to people in their day-to-day lives. In Brazil, this has included engagement with and benefits for communities that have the least wealth and are most dependent on agricultural practices that contribute to emissions. It's also very important to align public-private collaborations. Conditions on private sector access to public funding are critical. So requirements related to affordable access to green technology, directing private sector investment towards climate goals, profit or IP sharing, and reinvestment in activities like innovation and worker training. We give an example in Germany where they've been very clear about their Energiewende strategy. Once that strategy was clear, that meant that the way that the public bank had to change how it gave out loans. For example, the KfW, their public bank, created a loan program for sectors that were in trouble, like steel, that were conditional that the sector reduce the material content of production. And if they weren't interested, they had to go to the back of the queue. Well, to get the loan, they had to be interested. And that's the only reason today we actually have green steel in Germany, because it was a condition from the bank. It was a clear direction. They left open the how. That, of course, stimulates entrepreneurship and innovation. We can't micromanage it, but that's exactly an example how to bring together green growth and, green and growth. If one country's green industrial strategy impedes that of others, we will fail to achieve climate goals. So whether it's the Green IRA program in the US or the CBAM treaty in Europe, we talk about the way that the G20 should play a lead role in creating new global governance structures that enable national green industrial strategies while prioritizing equity, a new global facility for industrial strategy coordination and dispute resolution potentially housed in a reformed WTO. We are both good friends of, as is the president of Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. So the WTO really must reform in order to start thinking about justice and equity at the center of ambitious green industrial strategies. Equally critical are measures to ensure that low and middle income countries can benefit from green growth. So we look at technology transfer agreements and support for building manufacturing capacity. But green growth requires, of course, investment, and there will be no transition to green growth unless access to affordable green finance is scaled up. We are very clear that there is enough finance. There's not a financial gap. We need to massively redirect the existing finance in order to support the NDCs. And just as an example, and this is just before I hand over to Vera, who will take over this finance section, public development banks, the NDBs, are very well placed to provide the patient-directed capital that's needed for green growth. But many NDBs are not being empowered to orient finance around climate goals. By better aligning multilateral, regional, and national development banks around the SDGs and the NDCs, leveraging the local knowledge of the national banks, we can indeed, again, create this multiplier effect. But there's trillions out there in the MDBs and the NDBs, but the sum is just simply not greater than the parts. And we hope that the report helps to provide that framing to guide it. Let me pass over to Vera.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mariana. Thanks again for giving us the opportunity to present at the Presidential Climate Commission. I listened a little bit to the initial conversations. I'm going to go quickly on the conversation as Mariana has been talking about. We start with, and South Africa is going to be presenting the G20, the number 2.
Sorry, Vera, just tell me when you want me to change the slides, because I still have the slides.
Oh, yes, please. I'll just say yes. So recommendation 7, building up on what Mariana has said, really, and also on South Africa's presidency, the number 2 and number 3 is all about the economics. It's about the equities. It's about making sure that countries that have the resources that are cheap and affordable. So it's the debt question or the access to finance question. We'll be looking at what the G20 can do. And now under South Africa's leadership, we say 2 things under the leadership question. Next slide, please. You would see in the next slide that essentially when we talk about, as was said in the beginning, the G20 is responsible for 80% of the global emissions. Unfortunately, at current trends, if the G20 continue to do what it's doing with its NDCs, we will end up, what is on your right-hand side, we will end up on the top of the pink segment of the presentation, which means that we will not hit the 1.5. We do need to hit the 1.5. We need a much, much more ambitious G20 agenda that is married with its NDCs that are actually being implemented. So it's 2 degrees of leadership, which is our first recommendation, is we need leadership within the G20 themselves to get to NDCs that are credible, that essentially put them towards a net zero path by 2050 and 2030. Of course, we will take stock. The current paths are not taking us there today. On the left side, what you see essentially is just the contribution, who is contributing most to that, and it gives you the 80 to 20 conversation, which is 80% of the emissions are coming from the G20. Next slide, please. So leadership on the first front by the G20 to they themselves reduce their emissions. But the second piece of leadership from the G20 is on financing the rest of the world. So it's 20 countries responsible for 80% of the emissions. We have 190 something that are out there that will require some resources. Overall, we say in a report that we did with Bhattacharya, Stern, and myself that we need about $2.4 trillion for emerging markets minus China to sort of address the climate challenge. Essentially, 1.4 trillion is going to come from domestic resource mobilization and 1 trillion from the private sector. But again, A lot of that is going to come from what you see as MDBs, which is the multilateral development banks. We're arguing that if we can triple today, put all the multilateral development banks together, they're about 120 billion. We want that to triple to about 300 billion, and then that should be able to leverage private finance. So essentially the G20 leadership is needed to finance adequately the multilateral development system so that we can then ensure that the private sector can pick up on that. Is there the money? I think as one of the myths we say, next slide, it's not enough money. We see the fossil fuel subsidies today of the G20, about $7 trillion in fossil fuel subsidies. Actually, the countries that are making the most effort today to reduce their fossil fuels in very fraught ways are the emerging market economies, Nigeria, Indonesia, Ethiopia. But we are not seeing between 2020 and 2023, actually fossil fuel subsidies in the G20 advanced economies increased. So we could find the 1 trillion a year annually if we just look at $7 trillion of fossil fuels that are being given to the oil and gas sectors. So that is again a G20 leadership, but it's not just G20 leadership. It's not just the 20. Next slide, please. It's also countries need to make an effort. The next recommendation is about how we find fiscal space. Fiscal space is going to be a combination of countries themselves making policies in terms of domestic resource mobilization, and then us looking for where we can raise additional resources and financing to continue to make the green transition efficient and to be able to make it work. Essentially, for that to happen, we would look at next slide, please. You'll see that domestic resource mobilization, we keep saying it, of course, world growth is slow. The IMF meeting said, growth is slow, debt is high. So we're in a very difficult situation, asking a lot of the low-income countries to raise revenues of domestic resource mobilization, which so 1.4 trillion is needed from them. It's not going to be as easy in a period of low growth. And so, as you see on the graph here, low-income countries only collect 13% of revenue compared to 32%. They need to do more, they need to do better. So behind the border policies remain very, very important. But there is also, as the South Africans has put global solidarity, next slide, we know that if we look at global solidarity, there are resources out there that could deliver the $1 trillion for us. If we are able to put some airline taxes, Europe already has tremendous airline taxes. I don't know if you bought a ticket to Europe these days, the taxes are quite painful. But we do it for climate. The shipping industry, if $100 a ton of CO2, we will get about somewhere in the order of $40 billion. Same thing in the oil industry, we get about 210 billion. Financial transactions tax, if you just do 2% of it, you get 250 billion. Altogether, we come up to about $1 trillion. If we just took the different maritime shipping, airlines, and the financial transactions tax together. So there is, President Lula, of course, had put the tax on the wealthy as one of the G20 agenda items. So there is an international global solidarity space the way we can work. And I think South Africa, the French government, and a couple of others are working now on these international taxation mechanisms and how they can work. We can find the $1 trillion. Next slide, please. The good news is, as we were talking this morning, it just broke, IDA, which is, of course, the bucket for the poorest, has been going down systematically between 2012 and 2023. It's impossible for low-income countries, the 53 of them, to be able to fight the climate change challenges, to do growth and create jobs in an environment where resources that are available to them have been dropping. Over the last 10 years, resources to either have dropped substantially. Now the good news is this IDA round just finalized, and we got $100 billion. A lot of it is still sweat capital from IDA itself, but we would really like to see the G20, as you see in this graph here, has gone down from 2012 to 2023. Can the G20 and the other donors improve their contributions to IDA to ensure that countries can both finance their green growth strategy, create jobs, and deliver more prosperity? Next slide. In the middle of difficult access to financing, cost of capital remains very high. We need to work with the financial institutions, credit rating agencies, the countries themselves, their debt management offices, to improve on the debt profiles we need. And the G20 put up the common framework. The common framework is not working. We need a good debt resolution mechanism. As we see, we are not yet out of the woods. 2024, 2025 are going to be high. These are the two highest bars that you see on this graph, where debt service and interest are going to be up to almost $200 billion for emerging market and development economies. So we're still in a very difficult stretch for emerging market and development economies in terms of debt to GDP ratios, cost of money. If we're lucky the last few months, inflation has been going down, but inflation turns around and goes back up, and there are high chances that may happen again. Then it gets even more difficult for a lot of these countries to be able to find the fiscal space to finance their growth transition into a green economy while honoring their debt obligations, which they should and they must. Next slide. So what do we want to do? We say, listen, it's not only external financing that can finance. Countries are not raising enough capital. When they raise it, it's very expensive and very onerous. Maybe they can use some of their behind-the-border implementation agencies, the national development banks. Mariana just talked about them. They're about 20 trillion altogether. DBSA, of course, is a great example of that. All the work that it is doing in Brazil, the BNDES. Can we use this institutions to do a little bit more? It's another form of de-risking because they then don't need foreign exchange capital for a lot of the project development, project identification, which are the most expensive phases of development. And while they're doing that, can we then put green lenses on everything that they do? If we green our national development banks and we green the support that they give to countries, then essentially we are also doing a little bit more of the green financing. We are also asking that the MDBs, the multilateral development system, work a little bit closer with the national development banks to ensure that, you know, a lot of the de-risking happens through these processes. There is knowledge transfer and there is technology transfer that happens between the MDBs and the national development banks. Next slide, please. I have one or two more slides. Of course, the SMEs are the big part of our equity conversation, but they are also a big part of growth. In many of our economies, 80% of the growth is done by small and medium enterprises. We need to make sure that they have access to financing, but that the financing is green. For that financing to be green, they need support from the global banking system to help them begin to transition. I think earlier on in your conversations, there was a mention of conversation on taxonomies and beginning to develop the right taxonomies so that one can begin to lend based on the right taxonomies. We believe, next slide, that under the Basel regulations, we need to be able to work with our standard setting and prudential agencies to be able to first do disclosures well. So the climate disclosures, there's a big, big worry as we go down the road that if we have to start reporting on scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, a lot of our economies, emerging market and development economies, are scope 3 economies, meaning that we are providers of a service to the larger businesses. If these more developed businesses cannot respond adequately to their scope 3 requirements, they will cut off doing trades with the developing world. This happened, of course, under the Know Your Client and correspondent banking era. We are still seeing a lot of divestment of banks from the continent because of that. We worry that the scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 issues may end up like that as well. If on the continent, in emerging markets, but on the continent in particular, we don't begin to take proper action in terms of disclosure, helping to our companies to do better disclosures, our banking system to support their companies in doing disclosures so that we can assess risk in a more effective manner. So this is a very important part of the Basel recommendations on disclosures, which end up with how then we can assess risk. And finally, next slide and last slide, is my last slide. In addition to looking at prudential regulations and what we can do on the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, but on the Basel 1 and 2, pillar 1 and 2 of Basel 3, we are also worried that we want to make sure that some of the recommendations on the Basel are not unfairly and unduly affecting emerging market economies. Today, for example, we have regulation in Basel that says that if you invest in an OECD country, then your capital buffer is 25%. If it's in an non-OECD equity fund, it's 49%. But if it's in a non-OECD de-risk fund, de-risk with World Bank money or any of the MDB resources, your capital buffer is 100%. So essentially what we are doing is we are not doing risk-based financial allocation or risk-based pricing or risk-based insurance, we're actually looking at it by geography, and it's not working for many of the emerging market economies. So these are some of the things that we hope that can be easily changed to make financing cheaper, affordable, and more long-term for emerging markets. But also this financing now can also be made green by putting, as Mariana said, the German example and others, the European Union is doing this. Of course, central banks within their mandates can decide whether they want to allocate financing towards more green projects than non-green projects when you look at asset purchasing programs and things like that, that essentially are supporting the economies. So that's where we are. Thank you very much for listening.
And we're happy to answer questions if you still have time.
Thank you, Vera and Mariana. That was incredibly insightful. We're a little pressed for time, but I think there's space for one or two comments or questions from commissioners. Joanne?
Yes.
Joanne Bate represents the Industrial Development Corporation on the PCC.
And I think mine is a comment around green. What we see is an obsession around green, whereas actually got a lot of emerging markets, but a lot of countries need this transition finance. So in South Africa, for us to build new green chemical companies, new green steel companies, replace our manufacturing base with green manufacturing is going to be substantially more expensive and unjust than would be investing in transition. So we are trying to drive, we've developed a 4-pillar transitioning to sustainable industrialization approach, looking at how we can ensure we retain and sustain and decarbonize existing industry while investing in those that are low carbon. Because I really worry that the focus around green is going to alienate a lot of funds from actually what emerging markets really need, which is transition. Thanks. And maybe just one last point on that is one of the critical gaps I'm seeing in unlocking funding for the transition is actually around measurement and standards. So one of the biggest risks we're seeing in some of the new projects we're looking at developing in the country is not South African risk, but the risk of the off-takers who are global partners. And those global partners whose rules around offtake may change over time, which compromises the development and the risk in the projects we're trying to develop. Thanks.
Good, thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? If not, I don't know if you want to respond to that, Mariana.
Sure. I'll respond to the first half of the question and Vera to the second, just in terms of the green. Absolutely. And we actually say that quite clearly in the report. It requires both. But what the first bit requires is removing rents in the system. So how so many industrial strategies are currently structured, think of the natural resource curse. In Latin America, today we need lithium, of course, to create batteries for the electrification strategies. But if the lithium production continues to be so extractive of water and so unsustainable, that's a problem. So by putting conditionality on a sector, whether it's lithium or green, to transform it in order for a country to meet its NDCs, that is not only helping those sectors, move in the right direction, but also to eliminate rents, all these subsidies, guarantees, loans that are going currently to sectors just to stay alive. If we take the green industrial strategy seriously, it requires both the transition, as you say, and the new sectors, including, by the way, digital services, to help these old sectors move in that direction, but especially to remove this lazy relationship between public and private actors. So by putting conditions attached to any existing sector, that if it wants to receive any help from government, it needs to reduce the material content of production and other criteria. It's very important for getting a symbiotic and not a parasitic public-private partnership. But of course, most of the attention is on transition, including why do we need all these cars? Why not actually focus on sustainable mobility platforms instead of just cars, whether they're electric or not?
Good, thank you, Vera.
Thank you very much. I think you touched on two really, really important points that I hope that the South African presidency will carry forward. The first one is precisely that. I think there is a huge rush, to fund the green. but not enough, actually almost a chastising of funding the transition. And we must fund the transition to be able to go from where we are today to the green. And I think one of the battles, we don't have it in the report, but one of the battles that some of us have been having is a lot of the multilateral development banks today are not funding the transition. They're funding the green, but they're not funding the transitions to the green. And so if South Africa can take this on as a part of its G20 process, I think that this is going to, and actually a lot of funding the transition accelerates work has been done that shows that if you fund the transition, if you fund countries from moving out, in the case of South Africa in particular, if we can provide adequate funding in time to sort of get the coal maximized, use it to its full efficiency before we transition and allow it to fund that process, then we see that you can actually transition much faster into the green. And I think anybody who read the FT yesterday, the example of the Ørsted wind farms in Norway and how they did the transition from 73% fossil fuels into almost 80% now of wind, is a very good example of we need to keep funding the coal as one sort of exit. So that's I think a really, really important point that you raised. And hopefully that the G20 can and there is, I think, even within some of the hard to abate sectors, a conversation around this, and maybe South Africa can pull together a group. The second part of your question is, again, and we didn't go deep into it, is that whole taxonomy question and the fright that I expressed in terms of, scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, disclosures, taxonomies, and how we do that. And the G20 already has a working group on creating interoperable taxonomy so we can compare, contrast, and fund it appropriately. It is not yet fully accepted. I think the EU and China are working on it, but we're hoping that we can really build a much more credible global agreement around interoperable taxonomies, for the simple reason that down the road, risk is going to be assigned based on these taxonomies. And if we in emerging market economies do not identify, recognize these taxonomies, it's not only in terms of getting capital, but it's also in terms of carbon credit markets. We will not be able to sell effectively in either of these markets. So very good 2 points. And I hope that this commission and the South African G20 can listen to you and use some of the examples that you raised to see how we deepen this work. Thank you.
Just one quick addition, just super quick. I'll just say it without going into it. Labor unions and labor issues are critical, of course, to the just transition. And we don't actually talk about it much in the report, but we know that without that, we get the Gilets jaunes in France. In the US, they had for the first time in their history a strike against the 3 auto companies by the UAW. Very few papers talked about it, but without that, Trump was right, drill, baby, drill. In order for workers to benefit, that meant that the workers in the battery plants as well should have seen their wages rising. Instead, what was happening is they were earning 1/3 less than the unionized auto plants. So without going into the details, learning from what's happening also in terms of the capital labor relationship around the transition. So the just transition is critical to any discussion on transitions.
Thank you. I saw the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa representative nodding furiously as you were saying that. So, just Vera and Mariana, I hope this isn't the last time we're going to be engaging. I think the ideas you've shared here resonate enormously with a lot of the work that we've been doing. I mean, particularly the emphasis you've placed on economy-wide transitions, but transitions that also have to be balanced equitably and fairly at a global level. And the G20's got a fundamentally important role to play in putting in place the governance mechanisms that ensure that measures like the IRA and the CBAM and other industrial policy interventions aren't unfairly discriminating and holding developing countries back. And, you've adequately made the point that there's more than enough financing available to, in fact, achieve this transition. What we've got to do is reprioritize and repurpose and rechannel. That's a very good point. And, I like the push around a more assertive public agenda with a much stronger focus on public development banks, our own national banks, which often get shut out of the game by the MDBs, and the role of SOEs. And we have a number of SOEs represented on this commission who I think that your findings resonate with. So I'm going to hand back on that note.
Chair.
We're going to say goodbye to you and thank you.
Dr. Olver,
Oh,
just one addition before the team leaves. I think not mentioning labor and the just transition in this report is a weakness. I mean, even if it's just one sentence to say that that's also an important focus. And I mean, I do also recognize the absence of the community economy and the community itself in all of this. So just if that could be added, so it's not lost when it gets to the big discussions. Thanks.
I agree. And, you know, this other report we've also just launched with this big global water report, the Global Commission on the Economics of Water that I co-chaired with Ngozi Tarman Shagmutaran and Johan Rockstrom. We actually focus a lot on that in terms of we also need just partnerships. You know, just partnerships require not just public-private, but the capital-labor relationship at the center. So I think you're right, by the way. So Vera, I don't know if we can add at this point, but you're absolutely right.
We'll add it to the presentations.
Yes.
no, thank you. Good. So Vera and Mariana, thank you for taking time to be with us today. And hopefully the next time we engage, we'll be able to get you in person into the room.
Thank you.
So thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Crispian. I'd like to hand over to the Minister now for his session.
Thank you very much. I do have some slides, so I'm presuming that they would be loaded onto the screen. Yes, there we go. I think most people won't know that there are actually 3 COPs this year. There's one COP that happens every single year, which is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC. And then there was the UN Biodiversity COP16. That was in Cali, Colombia on the 21st of October until the 1st of November. And Deputy Minister Singh was the head of the delegation there. And then at the moment, we are busy with COP16 in Saudi Arabia, which is the United Nations Convention on to combat desertification. And Deputy Minister Swartz is leading the South African delegation. And that was the reason why I left the room very briefly, because I had to attend to a very, very urgent matter that arose at COP16. So apologies for that. Right, I'm going to talk about very briefly about COP29, where I led the South African delegation. The presentation will touch on some key elements of COP29. It will break down the critical complexities and achievements in global climate diplomacy. We'll start with the geopolitical context that shaped the conference, exploring some global tensions and uncertainties threaten to undermine climate negotiations. We'll then delve into the key issues, including financial mechanisms crucial for addressing climate change, with a particular focus on the new collective quantified goal and innovative financing approaches that could transform climate action. Adaptation and mitigation strategies emerged at COP29, and progress was made on carbon markets and trade measures. Then we'll focus on what happens next as we head to COP30 next year. Next slide, please. The COP29 conference unfolded against the backdrop of unprecedented global tension that tested the very foundations.
Sorry, whoever's dealing with the slides is not keeping up with the minister.
Those are the slides.
Yeah, you're on the next one already. They got a previous one.
Oh, sorry, there you go. It's in front of me. He saw the slide.
Try to keep up with it.
Yes, indeed.
He thinks he's in tune with the slides because he's looking at it.
Yes, please. Thank you. One more. Thank you. No. That was not that. That was not. No. Go backwards.
You've gone too fast now.
Go backwards. Okay. Well, very interestingly, I hope we're on the same one. No, there is. Never mind. There is a slide that's missing, but well spotted. We'll just go on going. That slide actually spoke about the complexities, the uncertainties, and the complications. It will get there now. So these hurdles threaten to derail progress, with many experts expressing pessimism about the conference's ability to produce meaningful outcomes. But there were in fact meaningful outcomes, as we'll see. Despite these outcomes, the conference demonstrated the resilience of global climate diplomacy, proving that international collaboration can persist even in the most fractious circumstances. Right, next slide, please. And there we are indeed on the same slide. The Baku Climate Unity Pact represents a significant diplomatic achievement that emerged from a complex and complicated negotiation landscape. The landscape agreement addresses critical aspects of the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, adaptation, financing, Article 6, and mitigation, providing a framework for collective action despite the numerous obstacles that could have prevented consensus. This pact is more than just a document. It's a testament to the power of multilateral cooperation in addressing the global climate crisis. Next slide, please. The 300 billion climate finance commitment is a pivotal moment that simultaneously represents both progress and persistent pressure on global climate funding. This commitment reveals the ongoing tension between developed and developing economy nations in addressing climate finance. The figure is not just a number, but a reflection of the complex negotiations and compromises that underpin international climate policy. While the figure marks a significant milestone, it does fall significantly short of the actual needs identified by the UNFCCC and developing economy countries. Next slide, please. The innovative financial approaches discussed at COP29 represents a fundamental reimagining of climate finance mechanism by focusing on reducing the cost of capital, increasing non-debt instruments, and improving multilateral development bank mobilization ratios. The conference sought to address systemic barriers to climate investment. These approaches are particularly crucial for developing economy countries, which face significantly higher financing costs compared to developed economy countries. The decision provides us with space to take these issues forward in our G20 presidency that will include a cost of capital commission that will look at the factors driving the high cost of capital and a structural reform that can reduce the cost and relieve pressure on the national balance sheet. Next slide, please. Adaptation finance emerged as a critically important priority in the global climate response, highlighting the urgent need to support vulnerable communities most impacted by climate change. The focus on adaptation goes beyond financial mechanisms, representing a fundamental recognition of the need to support communities in becoming more resilient to changing environmental conditions. Furthermore, the discussions at COP29 underscored the massive gap between current support and actual requirements for addressing loss and damage. Next slide, please. The adoption of the decisions of Article 6.2 and 6.4 represents a transformative approach to carbon markets, particularly for developing economies. These mechanisms create new pathways for green technology investments, offering economic opportunities that align environmental sustainability with economic development. The carbon market decision demonstrates how climate policy can be a tool for economic development, creating win-win scenarios that benefit both environmental and local economies. Next slide, please. On the issue of the carbon border adjustment measures, the CBAM, this was increasingly questioned by developing economy countries in terms of its alignment with the letter and the spirit of the Paris Agreement. At COP29, the persistence of the BASIC group, that's Brazil, South Africa, India, and China, supported by the group of 77 and China, finally paid off. While not an agenda item on its own, CBAM was well articulated in the unilateral trade measures, an umbrella that includes trade-related climate measures, which includes CBAM. This has been included in the work plan for the Forum on the Implementation of Response Measures and its Katowice Committee of Experts on the impacts of the implementation of response measures, the KCI. Thank you. I co-chaired the mitigation work stream with my colleague from Norway. We met all parties and groups over several days, and the fault lines were very clearly evident in the hard lines initially adopted by a number of the parties with differing perspectives. Despite the glaring differences, COP29 took forward the mitigation work program by agreeing to set up a platform for matching mitigation projects with finance. Much will depend on this platform being used and financiers coming to the table. Brazil COP30 will be the perfect platform for enhancing ambition, considering that parties will focus on new NDCs that must be submitted 2025. Some critical issues, including the Just Transition Work Program and the UAE dialogue on implementing the global stocktake, were not concluded. The follow-up on COP28 stocktake outcomes proved to be a difficult negotiation for all agenda items, including mitigation. As we look towards COP30 in Brazil next year, the global climate community faces a critical juncture in international climate action. The upcoming conference must build upon the foundations laid in COP29, with a particular focus on more robust mitigation strategies and a thorough examination of nationally determined contributions, the NDCs. We also aim to feed into the COP30 the outcomes of our G20 presidency, especially on the work that we'll be carrying out on reforming the multilateral financial architecture, cost of capital, use of non-debt instruments and mobilization ratios, and increasing adaptation finance. COP30 represents not just another conference, but a pivotal moment in global efforts to address climate change. Thank you very much. I went quite rapidly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. You know, even for those of us who think we understand the COP processes very well, it is very complicated to try to understand what was happening at COP29. So thank you for this presentation, because you've been able to distill what the key and important issues were for us in a very understandable way. Now I know, finally know what happened in Baku. So thank you very much for that. And are there any questions? Brian.
Yes. Firstly, thanks, Minister, for the feedback. Secondly, I just want to appreciate your efforts at the COP. The session, as you said, was not easy. But I think this was one of your first UNFCCC COPs. And I want to invite your views here. Specifically, your lessons that you've learned in balancing the big, perhaps the right word is complex, political interests, especially over time from the first week to the second week. Maybe 2 or 3 lessons for yourself in managing that process. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, Joanne?
Thank you, Minister, and thanks for that assessment. My sense is that the Brazilians see themselves as holding a breakthrough COP. In other words, they see themselves as being able to strike sets of deals that are really going to move the climate agenda forward. And I think that given the fact that we hold the G20 chair for the year, and that the G20 and the COP are going to be essentially feeding into each other. My question is really how we as a country engage with the UNFCCC processes, but in the context of our country approach to the G20, and how do we work with the Brazilians? Because I think that's going to be a very big focus of the year. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, Minister, you started out by talking about
the three Rio conventions. And one of the things that we have not paid attention to is that the original design around biological diversity, desertification, and climate was supposed to be that they were mutually reinforcing. Maybe you want to comment on that a little bit.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Okay. Thank you very much for the questions. Yes, on the lessons, yes, indeed, it was my first adventure, and I must say it was certainly a baptism by fire. But I did learn a lot, and I think that's a good thing. I mean, South Africa is very good at doing, being pioneering, so here we go. I think the key thing was that what there should have been is a conversation, a political discussion, then a technical discussion, then a political discussion. What happened was there was a technical discussion and then a political one afterwards because there was a deadlock. By the time the politicians arrived, there was a deadlock because of the technical part. So I suggested it that what should happen in Brazil is that let the politicians have the conversation, say this is where we want to go, build that, then let the technical people go at it because it's very technical, obviously, and then let the politicians come afterwards and wrap it up. So I think that was something that I had actually pointed out really right at the beginning because it was very, very scratchy. Then another thing that I learned is that South Africa often operates on sufficient consensus. And in fact, if we didn't do that, we wouldn't have a government at the moment. So that is very good and very powerful. There we were operating on full consensus. And that is hard, very hard, especially because when I chaired the mitigation, the positions that countries came in, one country came in and group said, we don't want any messaging on mitigation, no political messaging, nothing. So i.e. nothing. And then the other side said, it's a deal breaker if we can't have this, this and that. Now they were very far apart. So it was very difficult to pull them together, but we did eventually because there was some very important things that needed to be said and were said. And I did remind people that I'm a politician, not a diplomat. So that was useful too. So we did get somewhere. And then, of course, the very deep fault lines in the world. The countries have taken very, I think, some extreme positions. Also, we see the US has elected its president and Europe is going to the right, and that's becoming more difficult. But South Africa is non-aligned, as we know, and we actually cross over very deep divides. That's why we punch much bigger than our financial muscle. We are very influential. And in fact, I met with the UN Secretary General as well during the process, and we had a discussion on, how we get forward, etc. So South Africa is very important, and that was wonderful to see. So those are the lessons. Then on Brazil, yes, absolutely. Brazil is positioning itself because it had a difficulty politically as sort of the leader in the space now, etc. And it's good to see that Brazil sort of emerging. The COP30 is very important because it's the NDCs. That's quite a biggie. It's also a very different country to Azerbaijan. It's just dynamically different, etc., etc. So I think that the culture makes a difference. Indeed. So I could tell you stories about Azerbaijan, but I will not. But anyway, so the whole approach of South Africa to the G20 is obviously it's African, it's an African flavor, it's the first time, and we won't see it for a long time. So we've set our priorities very clearly. Climate is up there, it is one of the priorities, as is very, very importantly the cost of capital, debt, etc., the financial architecture and the frame, the global frame that we're working in, because the world is shifting, but the institutions aren't shifting fast enough. We do, in fact, have a troika now. Brazil, South Africa, the USA as the G20 president. So Brazil as the former president, South Africa as the current president, and then the USA is the next one. Now, it is interesting because we now shifted to the US, which is not developing. We don't know who's going to be after the USA. I've asked that a lot because it matters enormously, especially for me. I'm chairing the G20 Climate and Sustainability Work Group because it matters who's after the US. Because if US, let's just put it like this. If the US wobbles, then we need to find out who's next and maybe hold a line or something. But we did have lovely conversations with the USA. We're on good terms, etc. The delegation was not as vocal as they usually were. So obviously it's complicated, but South Africa's clear in terms of the G20. What is in our national interest? Obviously, we want our economy to grow. Then, of course, regionally, continentally, and globally. So we will play I think, a very important role, given also that we're non-aligned. And our muscle will get stronger as the president of the G20. And then on the other COPs, yes, absolutely. I must admit, as I said before, I mean, I was in finance before I became the minister. And I'd heard of COP, like, vaguely, but I didn't really know what it did. And then I found out there were actually 3. So it's a huge learning curve, but they don't actually tie together well, but they can be. So what we've done, well, I've certainly done this year is, as I said, sent DM Singh to Cali, and I've sent DM Swartz to Saudi Arabia, where she is now, because we're actually trying to pull it together, because they do hang together. And I think that's been forgotten. So what's been beneficial for me as a new minister is that I obviously ask these questions that may have been asked before with different answers, but things have changed. So now I'm asking questions and maybe the answers are changing. It's a good thing. So I think all in all, as was mentioned earlier by the chair and others, is that South Africa is in fact a leader here. As other countries wobble, whatever, we just get on with it. And so we are clear, we want to move somewhere, the just energy transition, etc. We understand what it means, we were the pioneers, and so we take it forward. And a lot of countries look to us, and we will certainly do the work that we should do. So thanks for the questions, and yeah, it was a very exciting time, and it's going to be very exciting in the future, I'm sure.
You said you have stories about Azerbaijan. Won't you tell us one or two? Okay, no. We don't want to know about all the clubbing that you did there. No, you don't have to tell us that,
No, Chair, I must say, it wasn't clubbing at all. I saw the eternal flame in the mountain, that.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
It's unbelievable. It's quite a sight. I also learned quite a lot about their government and how it operates, unlike our government, where we have freedom and so on. I won't go any further. Thank you.
Okay, good. Yeah, he's come back an admirer of a dictatorship. All right, good. Thank you very much. Thank you for those insights. Just on your last comment concerning the 3 COPs. International relations, as you know, Desigan, is a nightmare. But at a national level, we may want to consider operating in a little bit of a different way out of those silos. We still have the biodiversity people having very little to do with this commission. Water security we deal with a little bit more, maybe because of your presence, I don't know. But we can set the tone at the national level for that kind of thing, and maybe we can give more thought to how we do that. And then the minister can say, but back home we work with this 3 issues, in an integrated way or something of that sort. Okay, we have the Climate Change Response Fund, but we don't have the time that has been allocated to it by Nonhlanhla. And we have about a whole number of 6 presenters in the thing. So if you could find a way of not stretching it too much, I would appreciate that. Who's starting? Ms. Lekalakala.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not going to do my opening remarks as had stated, so I would rather present to the team from the PCC Secretariat and DFFE just to get into the recommendations or the report. Thanks. Deshgan and your team.
Thank you very much, Chair. We will be brief because in part, half the presentation has been done between your introduction and Professor Muzakato and Dr. Songwe. So we can go quite quickly through this. And it's something that has been in discussion for quite a while. I'm just waiting for the slide to come up, please. But while that's happening, the one thing that a colleague did bring back from Azerbaijan were the sweets that they have, which is the Azerbaijani version of Turkish delights. And I have to say, That was a big plus. Moving on to the next slide. This is the plan for the presentation, and it roughly follows what's in the paper, so I won't go into that. So on to the next slide, to tell you that very soon after COP28 in Dubai, there was a political party meeting, and there was a particular discussion which created panic for Maisela Kekana there around the concept. Maisela thought he should have company in his misery, so he reached out to the PCC, and we inherited a project. And that was, in fact, expressed in the SONA in the next month, in February, where the president declared that we are organizing to develop a climate change response fund. And I think you will all be aware of that. But that really has been the starting point for us with this project. And then moving on, I think it's very useful to remind you that the next slide, please. Slide 4. I think it'd be useful to remind you that the process that we had followed, because it's a process that will continue, in fact, for most of next year with different partnerships, is that there is a research paper that was produced. And that research paper, the inputs came in from the research group at the Bertha Institute at the UCT Graduate School of Business and served as a basis for a lot of what we talked about. But the bigger investment in the last couple of months has been the cerebral harvesting, where we've had numerous interventions and contributions from a range of experts. And we've set up a task team between the PCC, the DFFE, and the National Treasury. And it's a task team that will see out this process beyond the phase that we are currently at. And in addition to that, we've had consultations through dialogues and workshops. And Deputy Minister Singh, Minister, you might want to know, actually headlined one of our dialogues on this issue, and it has been really, really robust. And then moving on to the next slide, that has brought us to where we are today. And we're having consideration from this PCC around a recommendation. So the next slide reminds you of what the nature of the problem statement is, and I won't go through that. You know a lot of it. It's been discussed at great length in the working group, and the working group has seen this a few times. And the last working group was, in fact, an expanded working group. So it went beyond the traditional commissioners from the ANR and included the climate finance folk as well. And then moving on to the next slide, the thing to emphasize here is in the suite of the various instruments that we are currently engaging, the location of the focus of the CCRF is being proposed to be largely around adaptation. And I say largely because the overlap with mitigation on the one side and the overlap with dealing with the issues around residual risk and disaster management on the other side is not too far away. But the core focus that we're pitching is around adaptation, and there's a breakdown below that around the various aspects thereof. If there's a need, we can go back to that. Moving on to the next slide, a reminder that the climate finance landscape overall, the next slide means move on. And this is something that's very familiar to you because a lot of work on this has been done by the PCC, in particular through our climate finance group. The thing I just want to emphasize is that overall, clearly, we need a lot more funds in the domain of climate finance for our overall objectives. And right now, the adaptation component is dealt with fairly poorly. And it's also one that gets its primary feed from debt capital in particular, and a little bit from government. And the concentration of where it is currently spent in the sector is in the domain of follow primarily agriculture and water. And clearly we need to deal with a much more expanded landscape of operations, and we want to expand the options associated with climate finance. Moving on to the next slide. The issue that we want to make very clear is that although the grant discussion is the primary discussion, and this came out in every one of the engagements that was had around this project, the desire is to have a very large grant portion. The reality of where we are right now is that that may be impractical. That currently what we're looking at in the current landscape is that various elements associated with debt capital, both in terms of classical debt capital in the market as well as concessionary finance, tends to dominate. And if we don't build those modalities into our CCRF in an intelligent way, we're not going to get the access to the finance that we want to. So it is about being very, very pragmatic. We also, in the course of this, have another driver around that modality. We do want to make collectively visible the return of investment formulae that will appeal to the market, because the long-term sustainability, and indeed adaptation is a long-term project, must organize itself to have that kind of finance sustainability as it moves along. So moving on, and we can skip this slide. It just explains the previous one with some detail. What must the CCRF do? Well, clearly it must be a fund that funds our response to climate research, but it's important that it complements the other instruments inside the system that already exist and the ones that are in design, including what this PCC has been doing around the JTFM, including what the presidency is running with the PMU around the JET-IP. And we also have an adaptation fund that is dedicated with some very specific parameters, and the Green Fund and the like. The biggest thing that we want this to do is that it must catalyze the implementation of the Climate Change Act. And that's a slogan, yes, and unpacking that into the business case becomes really, really important. It must also lend impetus to the other work that's being done around reorganizing the environment to be much more conducive, in particular, the fiscal reform processes that are currently led by National Treasury. And there are others, of course. And the rest of those, I think, will be an interesting read, but I want to move on in terms of time. And the next slide is what we're wanting for the PCC to consider as the principal recommendations we want to make to commence this process of the CCRF inside the government system. So we're making a pitch around a set of guiding principles, around the fund objectives, around the fund starter priorities. I'm going to emphasize that because it will be dynamic with time. As certain things are achieved and banked, you will move on to the other priorities. Okay, was a little bit ahead of me there. The fund goals, the fund location, and the governance model. So let's move very quickly through these. So on the guiding principles, the issues around climate justice, equity, good governance, and transparency are the paramount issues. And these are borrowed directly from the work that the PCC has been doing around how it engages the issues of the just transition. On the next slide, we're talking about the strategic objectives of the fund. And to quote directly from the president's statement in the SONA, to build climate resilience and respond to the impacts of climate change. So it is about enhancing our resilience and higher adaptation capability across all sectors, in all locations, and through all spheres of governance in the South African system. This is unpacked in a graphic way already in the Climate Change Act, and it will be enhanced by the regulations. And then I talked about moving on either side of that adaptation, the classical adaptation curve is the issue around the early warning systems and disaster management capability. And there's a lot of work being done in this domain. In fact, this PCC will be considering recommendations in both those domains in the future sessions. We also want the CCRF to be a stimulant around innovation, both in solutions as well as in practice. This is about the technology diagnostic and what we do with it, and the RDI roadmap, research development and innovation roadmap that the PCC has already made as a recommendation to government, and it's about broadening the funding partnerships. So on to the next one around the priorities. I think we've been talking a lot about some of them, and there is work already happening around water, agriculture and food systems, as well as the built environment, which are current projects inside the system. But we have to add to that the issues around health, And the minister may well have attended the launch of the Health and Climate Report at COP29, which had a South African lead author on that report, actually. The issues of environmental integrity. And earlier in the week, we had an engagement around the carbon budget and our current carbon sinks. And the importance of that in this domain with the environment is absolutely paramount. But also beyond those traditional fields, into our adaptation of our mobility and our ICT, both in terms of infrastructure and practice. And we have to pay a lot of attention to that. I mean, we already are gaining the disbenefits of that. Louise liked to use the example of the melting tires on liquid roads. Well, this is going to become more and more of a reality over time. And organizing for the right balance around this high impact and vulnerability algorithm is going to be key, as is developing a sound MEL framework and building partnerships. The next slide, I will skip and go to the next one, which is the location of the fund. Now, this is going to be a controversial discussion. It is a critical discussion. It really matters where it sits. And the location itself must be a process around engaging the issues of the trust deficit that currently exists, particularly between the public sector and the private sector, but not exclusively, because there are trust bridges within those sectors as well. So the decision location process must also be part of that trust bridge building. And the host institution has to enjoy the trust of all of the sectors. And flexibility and agility are absolutely key. Now, this is going to be a very big part of the business case development process, Chair. So I'm not going to say too much about a choice, but there are some frontline candidates, as is put out there, for consideration. The next slide talks to the elements of design, which I'm happy to skip, and then go to the last slide I want to present. And this is the roadmap as we have currently conceptualized it in the task team. So today we're looking at the conceptualization recommendation that comes from the PCC. The next step, which is going to be led by the DFFE, is around organizing to take this to cabinet for a cabinet decision. We think somewhere in the first quarter of next year. The detailed fund design, perhaps by the third quarter of the year, possibly a launch event in and around the event that we are hosting as a country in November next year, and then the implementation phase will roll on rapidly after that. So, Chair, let me thank you. I'll pause there.
Thank you very much. That's very exciting. Desigan, without wanting to rule from the grave, let me just say that I hope that you don't set up a new financial institution. That's not what you're saying in any case. It obviously belongs either in the DBSA or the IDC. And probably what you would want to do is you would want the two of them to make a presentation to say why they are the right place for this fund to be at. And but even before you take that decision, my advice would be first put in place a deal pipeline, because that will tell you would be able to ask them in a concrete way how they would deal, how they would manage those particular deals. You need a deal pipeline, which is to sort of take it to a lower level of abstraction from what you have now. And you may just find that one or the other already has a track record as far as those genre of deals are concerned. That's what I would suggest. But thank you very much. That's very good. And it's early stages. I take it this will feature on the agenda for the next few meetings, Crispian. Are there any initial remarks or feedback you want to give to the team, Joanne?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. And I've been very uncertain whether I should or shouldn't raise this. And I suppose it's an issue for the detailed design of the fund, but I think that the experience of the JET PMU has been, and we are bruised, seriously bruised by the work that we have tried to do, is that there is huge resistance from both lenders and grant funders to ideas of new funds. And unless Treasury comes in with very significant capitalization of a fund like this, I think it is people don't want to give up their control and their governance. They're very happy to go into partnerships, but they want to be able to, they're not going to blend their money into a fund on the one hand. And then the other issue that they raise all the time is that you can't have capital sitting idle in a fund. So you must use, at the point that you need it is when you use it. So I think we need this as a country. But whether it is one fund with one pot of money or whether it is a much more innovative structuring, I think is a deep conversation that we are going to need to have. And I think it would be very important to bring in the people who've worked on the infrastructure fund, some of what the IDC does, I think we have an experience to pitch in. But I think that this is so important for the country that it has to work. And so I think we have to be absolutely clear at the point that we launch it, that we have done a kind of stress testing that would enable us to have worked through what all the potential problems might be and found solutions to every single one of them. So that's my comment.
Thank you very much. So Jessica, the point really is there's a lot of learnings from what Joanne is saying that needs to be taken into account. And one of the reasons that I made the comments which I did was that you do not want to put the burden on the Department of Environment, Fishing and Forestry to want to deal with the fund and to want to deal with this sort of funds, to want to manage this sort of fund. It's not in their competency. There are a bunch of biodiversity scientists, eco-scientists, climate scientists, very good at what they do. They are regulators, but they are not money managers. And I'm also saying this because I'm hoping the minister would agree with, I'm actually speaking to him by speaking to you. I think one of the problems we had with JET is that the environment people thought that they could manage development. And once you say to them, but this isn't an environment issue, it's a development question, but I don't see that happening now. And I think that you will have a better, I think, political environment in which to deal with this sort of matters. Apart from the fact that the minister you got does have a finance background, which can only be an advantage in any case. But thank you. You don't have to talk, Joanne. Don't say anything because you may want to bid for this work. So don't say anything now. Thank you very much. Sorry?
I've got my hand up.
Oh, you've got your, how many hands have you got? Let's just have a look.
Okay, it was much
there.
more.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was requesting that before you open for discussion on the House, maybe if we should give Stuart Mangold from DFFE to respond on the presentation that has been done by the PCC Secretariat from the working group. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, and good afternoon, Minister, good afternoon, Commissioners, good afternoon, colleagues. From the DFFE side, we would just like to really appreciate all the hard work that's been done by Desigan and the team, Mandy and others, on doing this very critical piece of work. Basically starting from an instruction by the President, the SONA, essentially, as this indicates, and starting from scratch, literally. Doing the research, landscape reports of funds available, not just nationally, but also internationally, and then conducting a really rigorous stakeholder engagement process, including the dialogue as that Jessica mentioned. So I think this really represents a very critical milestone in the production of the recommendations paper for the CCRF. It also lays the platform for the next phase of work, which Desigan's last slide indicated. So we are very excited, and we will be working closely as the DFFE with the National Treasury and, of course, the PCC in the next phase of work. And that next phase of work is really where the rubber hits the road, and hopefully it's not a melting road with burning rubber. But we're trying to hit it with speed, so there might be a bit of smoke, because we're going to start immediately, as in like next week. And in fact, we have started with the initial phase of the next part of the work, which just briefly in terms of the outline thereof, will involve a thorough analysis of all the potential models based on the principles and the recommendations coming out of this report on the governance, on the modalities. The guiding principles, I think, are very clear, and interrogate all different options, and have a rigorous discussion. And then after that, we will then, of course, be ready to take the whole process to cabinet. So we are going to be very busy. I know we're chairing the G20 as well, but we will be very busy, and we once again really want to appreciate the PCC support. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand you agreeing with my comments. Am I understanding you right?
Chairperson, I'm outlining the process that is still going to unfold. I don't want to preempt anything.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. No, the only point I was trying to make is Joanne would know from her experience, the actual decision makers of people who will invest in such a fund or put money in such a fund are about half Joanne's age here and in various parts of the world. And they look at things with their own eye. One of the things they would look at, is this an institution we can trust? Are they people that we know? Have we worked with them before? Have they got the structures in place? Have they accounted for money previously? You know, those sorts of things, because those people don't want to lose their bonuses and stuff like that. And so that's the only reason why I do recommend that don't set up a new institution. Set it up within an existing institution, plug into all of their mechanisms, their governance systems, their track record, their reputation, and all of those sorts of things. You can have filters like before they make an allocation from that fund, there must be a advisory committee, or, you know, there's various sorts of ways of skinning a cat. You want to come?
No, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Crispian, I think you should take over then.
Chair, we're going to ask the minister to lead the next section, but I'm wondering if we shouldn't just dispense with all the other items.
Yeah.
So there's the minutes of the previous meeting, which were circulated. People had commented on them. We've had no amendments proposed. So we want to move adoption of those minutes. If that's okay, we'll knock that off. Any other business? No one's indicated any other business unless there are hands, so we can dispense with that item. So the only item.
Just a tip for you. Normally, the way I deal with any other business, I haven't received any indication prior to this meeting that anybody wants to place anything under any other business, so there's nothing. Don't give them an opportunity on the hoof to say, you know, because they think.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just coaching incoming deputy.
The commissioners might have been hoping for a more flexible regime going forward.
I think it's going to be worse.
So that leaves us with the only item remaining, which is to say farewell to the outgoing deputy chair, and I'm going to hand over to the minister who will lead us on that.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think possibly the gift that you'll get at the last meeting that you're chairing is that it will end on time, because we've got 2 minutes left to 12:30. But of course, 2 minutes is not long enough to thank you for all the work that you've done. It's very difficult to be a pioneer. And you know that very well because you've been a pioneer in many things, including in this adventure. And I think that the Presidential Climate Commission wouldn't be what it is today if it wasn't for you. So thank you very much for that. And I think future generations that will benefit from the work of this commission will know where it all began. And I think that's very important. So I think I speak on behalf of everybody when I say thank you very much for the time, the effort, because you've got lots of things that you can do. You're a very talented man. And you have spent a lot of time on this, getting it up and running, etc., and setting the right tone for it. You've brought a lot of muscle into it, political muscle, intellectual muscle. And I think that that is very important when something starts off going, because if you don't have that, it doesn't go anywhere. And of course, we know our country's been through a very difficult time, and wobbles a bit, etc., but we move forward. And I think that's the important thing. And you've been an incredibly important safe hand in that process, holding the center, making sure that we don't go off the rails and that we actually have got a very vibrant and exciting future in our country. So on a broader scheme, I want to thank you. Personally, I would like to thank you. I don't know you very well, but I certainly know of you. I know your reputation. And when I thought, well, I'm going to be the minister now, I think, gee, I've got enormously big shoes to fill, and yours are included in that. So thank you very much. I don't know if any of the other commissioners might want to say anything briefly, because I know it's a moment. It's not goodbye, because of course we will see you, I've no doubt. And I know you're going to go off to adventures in the World Wildlife Fund, etc. And I will see a lot of you. And I know that you will not hold back on your advice, because you do give it, and it's very sage, and I'm very grateful. You've told me a lot of things in the portfolio also that it helped me to land and navigate. So yes, thank you very much. It is actually just after 12:30. Your last meeting ends on time, unless somebody else would like to say anything. But yes, may it go well. Somebody wants to say something, and then we will step off. Thanks.
Minister, the Commission Secretary would like to give you something on behalf of all of us, and I see Bishop Malusi has his hand up.
Thank you very much. Oops, I'm not responsible for that. Thank you, Minister. Yeah, just to say two things. One is that Valli has retired many times before. And so we don't really take seriously this retirement. But as a new retiree, I've just retired. I'm going to learn the good part of retirement, not the bad parts that he has been following, taking on all these assignments. I'd also want to say, secondly, that actually Valli's role here as Deputy Chair and the de facto leader of this commission was one of the reasons why I felt comfortable participating in the commission, and I'm grateful that you did. Thank you.
Non-Tlantla? There's
What we started. Can we start again? Goodbye. No use living without you. This is where our story ends. Never meant to stay for long. Goodbye. Sincerely want.
It will, I wouldn't, Mfundis. It will probably be a sinful act and probably an act of ill discipline in one. Thank you very much. Deputy Chair, incoming and outgoing, we thought that maybe before we give the outgoing Deputy Chair a gift, we must give the incoming Deputy Chair also a gift to just say goodbye and welcome. And then the other Deputy Chair, we have got a similar gift. It's the same because all animals are equal. But Deputy Chair, in the same breath, because other animals are more equal than others, we have chosen a gift. Actually, it was donated by our own partners. Interestingly, for somebody who's retiring is a chessboard. So we are giving it to you, but you are saying don't have any other ideas when you play the chess. I would not say what other ideas people have when they've got access to chessboards, but here is one. The pieces are the African pieces, so you'd find that it's actually the big five, where the pieces, but chess pieces have got, I think, 8. So I don't know what other animals you'd add with, but it's that's what the Secretariat and the rest of the commissioners have thought we should do that. Thank you very much. And I know I'll probably meet and work with you again. It has happened before. It's likely happen again. Thank you. And now there is a stronger bag, a more sustainable bag. This one is made, it's recyclable, so it's going to the recycle bin. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. Oh, I almost left with my card. I don't want my kids to see a card written "Goodbye Valli" in my house. But also the card is signed by quite everybody that was here, and some commissioners that could not be here also signed it. So it's all kinds of messages. You'd probably read them. Yeah, nothing offensive, Chair. We had to make sure. Thank you very much. Thanks, colleagues.
Yeah, well, if I knew it was going to be like this, I would have retired much earlier, you know. But thank you very much for your kindness. It is very touching indeed. Nonhlanhla, even before the song, I would have said that you are probably the best company secretary that I've worked with. As you know, I have to work with Nonhlanhla very closely. And as all of you know, that I am just by nature quite difficult. And she puts up with me always with a smile. And I knew that you were even more extraordinary when one day I was walking deep in Table Mountain on a very difficult route, a climbing route, and I come across this woman, and I think obviously the mountain has affected me because she looked like Nonhlanhla. Nonhlanhla looked equally shocked to see me there, and we didn't realize that we were both on that route on that day. But the song was particularly special. It was really wonderful, really touching, and so nice of you to do that. Really nice. Probably the nicest gift that you can give to somebody. Let me just say, Minister, that the Minister said a few very nice words about me. I must just tell you that the Minister called me about 3 weeks or so into his appointment. It was a call I was expecting. Every environment minister since I retired made that call about 2 or 3 weeks after his or her appointment. And so off I went to his office, and I spent about more than 2 hours with him. And he says, well, what advice do you have for me? So I said to him, look, I just want you to know that you're not the first to ask such a question. Every single one of your predecessors have asked me the question. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I've told them. I don't have a different story to say. And I want you to know that every single one of them ignored 80% of what I had to say. So I have no hope that this is going to be any different. But I'm going to say it anyway. But I must say, Minister, you're already beating the others. I will have to revise that percentage in the future. But thank you very much. It has been a pleasure to work with you, Minister. I just want all of you to know that it hasn't been a pleasure to work with Dion George. I didn't know him that well, I don't know the party he comes from very well, as such, as you all know, but it has really been a pleasure to work with him. It's a pleasure to work with somebody who doesn't have the attitude of a know-all. And I think that's really, and I think that's the mark of leadership, is to draw on advice you can get and accept advice, reject it sometimes, but at least consider the advice that you are being given as such. So thank you very much for that. I'm particularly grateful that you've taken the step to have a smooth transition, with the new deputy chair and new executive director and such things. And I think that as far as I'm quite serious, as far as that concerned, it makes you stand out in government, because it doesn't normally happen in such a smooth way. I do look forward to working with you in the future. As you've said, I've just taken over as chair of WWF South Africa. So we will be, in touch with each other on various sorts of things. Maybe we'll take you to court now and then.
Sure. So you will.
But no hard feelings about that.
Everybody does.
I apologize in advance for that. I must also thank Crispian for making himself available to take over as deputy chair. And it has been an absolute pleasure to work with you, Crispian. Just to know that that the Climate Commission has been in good hands. And I think everybody have known that it is in good hands, that you're in charge and you'll do what needs to be done. And you'll take the initiative and you'll find solutions to the many problems that a startup generally has. I think you've left your mark on the Climate Commission. And I think that in the next phase, I've no doubt that you will take it to even more heights as such. Where's Bobby? Bobby's gone. When I walked in here, he said, of course, from experience, I know this is not the last we're going to see of you. He said a little bit of what the bishop said. As far as the commissioners are concerned, it's been wonderful to work with you. I haven't worked with all of you. I worked with some of you previously, but it was wonderful to get to know all of you and to work with you and to be part of this team. I think this commission is still a globally leading entity of its kind. There aren't many places in the world where you would find the major, what we call the major groups, of course, coming together and working together so well and in such a productive sort of way. So I'd like to thank all of you for your participation, and I know that you need no encouragement to continue with that. As far as the Secretariat is concerned, it's very pleasing that we have been able to attract the best of breed in our work. And I don't want to single out any particular person as such, but every single one of the members of the Secretariat stand out in the work which they do. And it's part of the reason why we don't get a lot of comeback from anybody, including the media. The media likes to criticize everybody, but they would find it hard because of the quality of people that we've got who know what they're talking about and what their beans are. So with that, thank you very much. We'll be watching you. And from the WWF side, as you know, we'll have our representative on the commission. So we'll be keeping an eye on you, and we'll be making participating, hopefully, in a constructive manner. Go well and have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Such nice words you said. Thank you. Isn't this thing nice?
It's amazing.
I just feel how happy this is. I don't know what it is. I think it's some kind of stone.
Don't throw it to anybody. It's lovely. Yes.
And I do like playing chess.
Ah.
Yeah, I love chess.
Yeah.